for Ton community. Today, we have a multitude of surprises, eagerly awaited announcements, and plans for the future of the ecosystem. My name is Jack Booth. I'm the marketing director at Ton Foundation, and I will be your moderator throughout the conference, guiding you through the narratives, the speakers, the discussions. And so let's give one more hearty round of applause for our speakers today. And right in the midst of this applause, I'd like to invite the president of Ton Foundation, Steve Yun, to join me for his presentation.
Good morning, Ton community. Some years ago, we have never imagined that we would have the most talented people on the planet in this multitude. So thank you for building on Ton and choosing to be with us today. So we are gathered here today to talk about the future, opportunities, vision, strategy, and execution plans. In September, Ton and Telegram have announced a major partnership, unlocking the key to mass adoption. First, global rollout of the wallet in Telegram. Ton Space, the self-custody wallet on Telegram, will be available to most of 800 million monthly active users of Telegram by next summer. Second, seamless integration between Telegram mini apps and the wallet. Together, they provide native, social, and viral experience to the users and the developers. Third, priority access to Telegram ads for Ton-based projects. Sophisticated tool able to reach out to mass audience in key markets. As the fastest growing global messenger in the world, Telegram is expected to grow to 1.5 billion users in the next 5 years. As Ton community, this is our commitment and our declaration that we would love to onboard 1/3 of Telegram user base, 500 million users in the next 5 years. With all the key components and puzzles that were scattered around in many places in the many years, now we are inviting you to partake in this historical moment and to build on this platform. Seize the opportunity. Let us build, innovate, create, expand. Telegram channels today generate 900 billion, with the B, billion monthly post views, expected to grow to 1.7 trillion in the next few years. Qualifying Ton-based projects can tap into this traffic through Telegram ads. You are the foundation of this community, this blockchain, and this whole project. This is why this day has been designed for you. From grants, investments, acceleration, expert advice, strategic partnerships, all the way to the tools that make you and enable and empower you to provide a seamless user experience, such as Ton Space, Ton Connect, and Wallet Pay. All of these things are prepared for you to exploit. Let us build on Ton. Lastly, I am very proud to be one contributor among at least 230 teams building in Ton today. We are still very early. Today, you will hear from all the community members how you can succeed in this ecosystem. I sincerely hope that we will see multitude of killer use cases that the industry has never seen before. Let us move the Ton forward and our industry forward towards mass adoption for the freedom of transaction, interaction, and ownership. Welcome to Ton Gateway. I would like to now invite Kirill Emelyanenko, the lead of our core blockchain Ton technology team.
Steve, thank you for the introduction. I am Emelyanenko Kirill, one of the founders of Ton Foundation, and currently I'm dedicated to core development. That means to development of the node, network, and basic infrastructure. While this conference is the first introduction of Ton to many, we are actually a growing entity for a few years now. To better convey our vision of the future and to see how this vision manifests itself in real products, in community principles, and in network improvements, we need to make a stop, look around, and see what was already have been done.
Thank you.
When Ton first appears, it was promising yet starting network with dedicated yet small community. The most important thing that we have unstoppable hunger for growth that is ingrained into the Ton DNA, because Ton architecture is designed in such a way that it can onboard an infinite number of users while keep the fees affordable. So this allowed us to show steady and rapid growth, more than 2.5 times per last year and more than 40 times since November 2021. And the icing on this cake is our stellar performance on TPS world record among layer 1 blockchains that truly establish our prowess in crypto industry. Well, I could talk all about technological milestones, numbers, and so on, but Ton's truly identity isn't the number of accounts, transactions, or shards. It's actually our rapidly growing community. We have come a long way from the early days when we were just a half-joke Telegram chat with Newton on avatar, where Newton stands for new and Ton, to current situation where we have self-sufficient ecosystem with vast sub-communities, independent projects, community-driven initiatives, and well, we see that we're growing every day. This growth became possible because, and is testament of our commitment to not just to build something ourselves, but instead to engineer the ecosystem where every innovation can grow and multiply. We provide reliable, stable blockchain, as well as distribution and development tools that make it easy to bring new value to the ecosystem. And results speak for themselves. Every day we see new services, new mini apps, new bots, new dApps. That total number of these services is even too hard to count. Well, if we want to someday onboard hundreds of millions of users, we not just need the ecosystem, we need to attract validators that can be able to process all this payload. From the early days, we understood the need for Ton to have not just many validators, but geographically distributed validators, so we can withstand in the face of unpredictable challenges, being these natural catastrophes or malicious actors or complex government regulation. So we encouraged validators to set validators with geographic distribution, and we see a result that Ton now present on every continent except maybe Antarctica, but one day we go there as well. If you want to to touch the world and put crypto in every pocket, you need to ensure the stable infrastructure first. You cannot afford to rely on single point of failure. That is why Ton doesn't rely on single provider or presence in single country. Instead, our censorship resistant and reliable network is part not only our current situation, but sufficient. It is important part of our future vision for Ton evolution. Well, distribution is compelling feature, but it only makes sense when it stands on rock-solid foundation of reliable operation. And Ton has it. We have no single outage in 2 years, and this is a result not only our core team dedication, but also the efforts of the whole community, which now includes top leader auditors like Certic, Trails of Bits, and many others that conducted more than 20 audits in recent years, but not only them. Actually, our constantly running security bug bounty is also a very important brick in our wall of reliability, because we have more than 50 successful cases and many bugs that could hinder our operation was caught by this bug bounty program before they manifest themselves in the real network. Our dedication to the open source and ever-increasing level of transparency is not just a policy, it is actually a cultural magnet. Ton attracts like-minded individuals and organizations, and many of them, even commercial companies, decided to publish their source codes for public scrutiny. I could mention here Tonkeeper or TonHub that both published their wallet code and backend code. And result of this dedication to openness manifests itself as well, because for Ton API, TonHub API as well, Ton Center, we have uptime more than 3 nines. And precisely because of this openness. So we see how our dedication for transparency ensures that second most crucial layer for seamless operation of decentralized application, the API layer, how our dedication makes it stable and reliable. Last but not least thing that is not only part of our vision for the future, but was with us from the first days, is the consistency. Ton was developed by a small dedicated team working around original vision of Nikolai Durov. And while newcomers may find some things in our ecosystem confusing, once they grasp the basic concepts and fundamental ideas laying in the foundation of our network, everything will fall into the place in coherent, logical manner. So now let me shift the focus from what we have already done to our vision for future evolution of the Ton. While we are very happy to see every new service joining our ecosystem, what excites us even more is the possibility to interaction of these services. We can unlock composability layer, the dynamic layer of application which can stack one upon other and allow users to conduct complex cross-application interactions. To do this in the seamless manner and facilitate building this composability layer, we need a standardization. From our side, we are happy to participate in this standardization process and use our expertise to make every standard as convenient and wide as possible. But, and this is very important, Ton enhancement proposal steps are permissionless. That means that you do not need to wait until we or somebody else approve your standard. Just build it. And then we will help you to make it as convenient and as widespread as possible. Ton is not a wallet garden and it is not solo player in crypto space. So we understand that from time to time our users need to interact with other blockchains as well. And thanks for asynchronous nature of the Ton, interactions with smart contract enabled blockchain may be done in the same way as interaction with smart contract on Ton. The same logic, the same workflow, and the only missing link here is the secure way to transfer data from one blockchain to the other. Standard way and standard services which is used here is bridges, cross-chain bridges, but usually they rely on the oracles. So actually they rely on a single point of the failure. It is not ideal, but fortunately there is a better way called trustless clients or light clients, and best software wallets already employ this approach. Instead of just getting some data, they check it and check that it is correctly represent the current state of the blockchain. Actually, all these checks can be done in smart contracts on Ton. So we can get a trustless client, a smart contract on Ton, and get trustless data about state of our blockchain. We call this technology in Ton teleport. And we see in the future that we will build this Ton teleport to all major blockchain. And make a step further, we will interconnect these bridges and will create such conditions that the most convenient way to move assets from, let's say, Mina to Binance Smart Chain will be through the Ton. It is our way how we will build the blockchain of blockchains, and we already started this journey. You may heard about beta Ton teleport from Ton to Ethereum. Now we are building from Ethereum to Ton and from Mina to Ton, and more will come. We just talked about trustless interaction between chains, but what about trustless gateway to the internet itself? Another unique opportunity in Ton is the opportunity to work with external actors. Actually, every time when you transact from your wallet, you are not represented. Actually, every time you prove your identity to your wallet and prove that you have authorization for some action. The same logic can be used for proving identity of organizations, web services, and so on. They can prove that they have authorization to start some complex scenario, and this scenario will start as sequence of transactions on Ton. Moreover, when this technology will be fully developed, we can make that chain of transactions will leave Ton, enter the global web, for instance, grab some web data, hail a taxi, buy something on Amazon, and then jump back to Ton to continue a sequence of transactions. Well, Last but not least, again, thing that I want to tell you is that our network layer, which we originally developed to connect validators and nodes in Ton network, is so powerful that it can help with many challenges that are facing Web 2 and Web 3 ecosystem. Our future vision here is that we give all this power to our users with such products as Ton Proxy, Ton Sites, Ton Storage, Ton Torrent, and Ton Payments. But I will not go into detail here because my colleague, Alex, later this day will tell more about our plans here. The last thing that I want to say here is that we want to erase the boundary between on-chain and online. And we not only want this, we have power to do this. So let me proceed to final slide. I showed you our ambitious vision for Ton future, where we are not just a blockchain, but we are globally accessible, community-driven platform, the ecosystem, and where we are not just a player in crypto space, but deeply integrated part of Web 2 and Web 3 ecosystem. So thank you for your attention, thank you for your support, and most importantly, for building this future with us. Thank you. Now let me pass the mic to the Andrei Rogozov. He will tell us all about wallet.
Hey. Good to see you all. Well, so today we're going to speak a little bit about products. And, well, we're all excited about the wallet. And this is basically becoming a foundation for the next generation of product development inside Ton and within Telegram ecosystem. And before I start, let me introduce myself. I'm Andrew. I'm the founder and CEO of the Open Platform. We actually started a long time ago. We started contributing almost like 2 years ago. And we started with just a simple idea of contributing into the major ecosystem, the infrastructure of Ton, with building of the self-custody wallet, which was TonKeeper. We started small. Now TonKeeper is the largest wallet, self-custody wallet in an ecosystem. And then we started expanding our efforts into building more and more stuff. So we started 2 years ago, and we realized that we need to put more and more efforts into building the ecosystem, and that's why we had to raise a significant amount of funding from VCs that shared the same vision with us. And since then, we've put a lot of efforts into building a lot of products in our ecosystem, and 8 projects were developed since then. Apart from that, of course, we invested in many different ideas and products, experiments in our ecosystem, and we keep on building. So you might be familiar with many of the projects that we built, and since the beginning of this year, we actually joined efforts with the wallet team and started putting more and more efforts into the development of this brilliant application. And of course, we put a lot of efforts into making it a really great experience for the mass audience. And we share the same mission where the Ton Foundation, all of our teams, all of our founders, they share the same vision of and a mission to put crypto in pockets of billions. And in order to do that, we starting with the foundation of the entire ecosystem, because we see this as not just one product or several products, but they all are interconnected, and it all starts with the blockchain. The very scalable, fast, reliable blockchain technology that allows us to provide an ownership layer so that people can secure their rights for owning the digital assets and transact. Then we have Telegram mini apps, an easy way and fully fledged app ecosystem within Telegram that allows you to build native experience within Telegram. And of course, and the last one, it's the major layer, which is infrastructure. We call it infrastructure layer, but actually it's also a product layer. It allows users to store their assets, sign transactions, connect with the apps, and it actually unites the whole ecosystem all together. And we set goals and commitments so that you can better understand where we're heading to. And of course, like the first very important goal that we set is to onboard and educate Telegram users. Because you know, crypto is quite small, relatively small, especially comparing to the global internet audience. And Telegram has more than 800 million users, and we have to educate them, onboard them to start using crypto. And then, of course, we have to streamline the and user-friendly fiat infrastructure, because like user has to somehow on-ramp to and buy some Toncoin, for example, in order to start using our apps. And then, of course, after that, when the user has some Toncoin, they have to get access to the entire Ton ecosystem. And we do this via the Ton space that we announced 2 months ago. Ton space is the place where you can store all of your digital assets right inside of Telegram. And it provides you, actually it is a public blockchain profile of every single user inside Telegram. It allows you to get access, to store your assets, to get access to the applications. And for applications in turn, it allows to onboard this audience and easily, like frictionlessly connect the users. So at the current moment, we already developed all of the basic stuff, like including Toncoin and Jetton support. Collectibles already is there. So with Ton Connect, you can authorize applications. We are polishing this process of connecting of the apps as we speak to make it more fast and more easy to use. And of course, like swaps. This is like a basic stuff that we've been working on and already delivered. So, but what Ton Space really does actually, and why it's so unique, is that you don't have to download the apps. You don't like a separate self-custody wallet or another application. And it's easy to, it is to say, but actually I think that this is the main friction point in the entire crypto. We eliminate that. Telegram plus email being used, like your Telegram ID and email being used for key recovery, which is easy, which makes it easy. Of course, like native Telegram mini app integration with Ton Connect, with other technology, you can easily switch from one application to another. And it all exists like within just one application, so the user doesn't have to go outside of this app. And of course, like full support of Ton-based assets. All of the assets are supported. And crypto payments with wallet pay. So basically, it's not only for Web3, I would say like Web2 and all the e-commerce and other stuff. Merchants can actually accept payments via this wallet, and users will need to spend their crypto someday, and we'll provide this infrastructure for them. But you will ask, okay, this is all great, all the features, but how we get the audience, how we distribute, and of course, like distribution is key to success. So let me explain how you can take advantage of this Telegram integration. So the first one is an ability to send Ton assets to your Telegram contacts. And the thing is that if you use a separate self-custody wallet, you can barely send crypto to another user because first of all you have to ask the address, and of course you have to educate another user how to install another wallet. And in case of Telegram plus Ton Space, you can actually send it to your contact without even thinking whether the recipient has already activated the wallet or not. In order to do that, we use a so-called escrow smart contract. And we're about to launch it, by the way, within the next few days. The next one is an ability to run applications directly from NFTs and Jettons. Imagine users sending NFTs one to the other. And but I receive NFT and I just want to find out, okay, what can I do with that? And you can have actually, you can connect the link right to the NFT so that the recipient can open the application which is associated with this mini app. So another one is Ton App Center. So we all know how difficult it is to build a community, how to cold start your application. And we want to let our users explore the Ton ecosystem from the wallet. So later this year, we will launch the entry point to the Ton App Center, which will be a curated catalog of different applications within our ecosystem, so that all the builders will be able to get access to this audience. And the last one, but not the least, of course, is the giveaways and gifts platform. We all know how efficient giveaways might be. And you've heard about Telegram launch giveaways platform recently, and I saw how quickly the channels and communities were growing when they were distributing some really valuable stuff to their users. So we want to open this platform, similar platform, to the entire Ton ecosystem via the wallet, so that you will be able to promote your communities, onboard new members, reward the existing ones with digital assets that you own. You can actually distribute NFTs, you can distribute Toncoin, you can distribute Jetons, and based on this mechanic, you can actually engage your community. And this is something that the team is working on. We'll tell you more about this later during the conference, but this is one of the potentially the most efficient features that you might use for viral distribution of the products that you built. And zooming out, on Token 2049, we made several announcements. We launched Tonspace, the beta version of the first self-custodial wallet within Telegram. We announced that, and we actually launched for the existing users, the entry point to the wallet from Telegram settings menu. And then we also announced the global rollout, which should start in November. And I'm happy to announce that the wallet is starting global rollout to Telegram menu today. So that's a very exciting moment. The whole team was working hard, and it's going to be a long journey. It's not going to happen in just once. Of course, we're going to be gradually doing that. We're starting from several countries, from select countries from Africa and Latin America. We're going to be expanding early next year to MENA, Eastern Europe, and Asia, and then the plan is to roll it out within the next 6 or 8 months for the entire Telegram audience. Of course, except for the US and some other countries. So that's the plan, and the plan is, this is the slide that Steve showed to you. We actually plan to support the entire ecosystem to reach this goal with achieving the onboarding and educating up to 500 million users within the next 3-5 years. This will lead us to the point where Ton ecosystem might become the largest ecosystem, crypto ecosystem in the world, and yeah, we will be happy to share this success with everyone, because everyone will become the beneficiary of such growth. So I want to thank you everyone for coming. We want to embark on this journey together with you and build together. So thanks for coming, thanks everyone, and have a nice conference. I think now take it over back to Czech.
Right, guys, so next we'll have a panel discussion. We will have an AMA for everyone to come over to this spot right here and ask your question. So if you do have questions for the speakers, we had some incredible insights. I think you all agree from all of those presentations. With Steve, we saw how much the community has grown. With Kirill's, we saw what's coming, Ton Proxy, Ton Payments, the layer 2. And with Andrew, we saw the full-fledged ecosystem that's being built on Ton. The mini apps is the front end, Ton is the back end. Some really amazing developments for Wallet. So give us another round of applause, and we'll get the panelists onto stage. All right, guys, some great presentations there. Thank you so much. So, Steve, you talked a lot about how important Web3 is in Telegram. You gave a battle cry to builders to join the mission to build the Web3 ecosystem in Telegram. We've been heavily promoting this vision since Token 2049. How well do you think it's resonating in the market?
In the past some years, we have seen some peak of interest, the interest that is going to a next level. And we've had several of them, but since last September, when we announced the partnership in Token 2049, I think we have, as a community, we have reached another level where tier one of every service provider is coming to us for some kind of partnership together. And the most outstanding thing, in my personal view, is that developers from Hong Kong and the rest of Asia are really quickly catching on the idea of building a super app, Web3 super app ecosystem. And I thought about why, but this is probably why. Because many Asian developers have seen, participated, and also profited from building on their local Web2 super apps. So when they hear our vision, it is very natural for them to say, okay, I will build this product. So this is why next year in Hong Kong, we will have a ton dedicated conference for the Asian developers to come.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think Web3 super app is a very clear vision for, especially in the Asian market. It's very well understood. It's immediate, the comprehension there, which makes it a lot easier for us, I think. So this is a question for you, Andrew. Why should builders be excited about building in the design space of Ton and Telegram? What do you think is in it for them?
Well, as Steve said, super app narrative is actually proved to be successful in the Asian market. But actually before that, we also built the ecosystem. I was working at VK, the largest social network in CIS in Russia, and basically that was, we had to differentiate ourselves from, from all the Facebook competitive products that were present on the open market. And of course, like, in order to differentiate, we actually had to implement the mini apps platform. And actually, it was very, very successful because it completely differentiated like the platform from the rest of the Western social networks. And this is one point. And of course, like, what makes Telegram unique in terms is that it's a global platform comparing to WeChat or like other Asian applications like Kakao or Line. It's a global platform. It's very open for crypto, right? So it's very welcoming for crypto. Open for third-party developers to build. So I think it's very deeply engraved in Telegram DNA to make this platform as open as possible. And it's aligned with the vision of Ton at the same time, because like Ton provides this ownership layer, as I said, it also provides the incentives for everyone to participate in this open ecosystem. So, and actually it combines all of the components, all of the essential components to create a sustainable and successful business within just one ecosystem. Consider a mini app as just, more advanced platform as like iOS applications or like Android applications, because apart from just, having ability to launch the application, you have access to viral features, you have access to notifications, you have access to payments ecosystem. In our case, it's a blockchain technology basically, and of course like the wallet, which makes this payments much easier and simple for users. So keeping all of this in mind, all these components might really engage the audience and actually might really make the applications very, uniquely positioned within this this platform. And comparing, like, for example, also like to crypto, to other crypto space, when developers have to build, usually they build applications like DeFi applications in the form of website, or they try to integrate the applications within the wallets. But wallet is not the place for which you use on daily basis, like 100 times a day. But Telegram is, right? So this is the main idea. We want to be in the place where, where people using it on daily basis, many different times. We can provide so many different use cases on a global level with the blockchain technology, which is actually provides you with all the infrastructure, all the...
Yeah, it's really about access for developers to reach that user base on a regular basis with their apps and easily onboard them. And I think that's what the whole system does. Kirill, I just want to touch on a point for you. You mentioned a few things that may be totally new to many of the viewers here. One was Ton's multi-chain future.
Yes.
Why should users and developers of other chains see Ton as complementary rather than competition?
Okay. The thing is that bridge obviously bidirectional. That means if one side gets some value, the second, another side also gets the same value. But we want to bring this idea further, and instead of just building separate bridges, we want to build interconnected payment network of the bridges. And actually that means that, for instance, if new blockchain will connect to the Ton, it will immediately get connections to all other chains which are already connected to the Ton. So in the end, everything what we do, we're trying to give as much value as possible to the users, and by connecting to such bridge network, you can give your users values not only from your chain, but access to most liquid pairs for DeFi, for most to services to most users and so on. So instead of making competitors by building bridges, instead we are building unified crypto space and adding value to all users of all blockchains. So you talked with Andrew about access of developers to users, and here we build other side of the coin. We build access of users to all services. That is what Ton teleports are for, and that is why I believe that every player in our crypto space will get some benefits from building this multi-chain future.
That's incredible. So it's like Ton is becoming this nexus, this center of the ecosystem for crypto, where everyone can pass through, no matter what chain you're on, and all of the users, all of the developers can get access to this audience of Telegram through Ton.
Yes, this is the plan.
Yeah, incredible. So, Steve, let's play this vision out. It's 2028. Ton and Telegram Ton has grown and onboarded 500 million users to Web3 from Telegram. What do you see as the major use cases for that size of an audience?
I think the nature of blockchain is to enable peer-to-peer transaction and interaction. Where this is proven to be applied most disruptively is, I believe, cross-border payments. The most visible and imminent killer use case we see at this moment is stablecoin, payments, remittance, all the way leading up to DeFi ecosystem. So I believe in the next few quarters, we as a community will focus a lot on developing this vertical. But in 5 years, I believe that there are many other interesting use cases. One of them is creating a blockchain society, social ranking embedded inside through a blockchain profile. So as many presenters will be talking about this today, imagine Ton is a country, and we need a publicly verifiable way to understand that person's contribution or engagement in this network. This is where I think all the activities that we will announce today will play a critical role in building this community into a country-like, intimate community and society.
Awesome. Don't give away too much, because that's coming. Those announcements are coming. But yeah, I love that. I love the idea of this society, the digital identity that is built on the blockchain through your activity and making that public for people to understand that you are a reputable person within the Ton community. It's an incredible use case, I think. Maybe, Andrew, you also want to touch on the use cases and what you think are some of the major points there.
I would categorize them into several buckets. I would not say about just one use case, but I would first of all say that adding this blockchain layer, it allows people to actually own digital assets and interact without any kind of intermediaries. What it really means in real life is that it creates that kind of another dimension between people and like creators and game developers types of interaction. So what it really means that it might create a whole new market, basically. I will give you just one example. Back in 2009, when we created a social gaming platform on VK, it was also on Facebook. It was also created on Facebook at the same time. So there were several components that the social network provided for developers. One was an ability to launch applications. Another one was within the ecosystem, within the social network. Another one was sending notifications, accepting payments, and getting access to viral features, and also ads. So there were no social gaming before that, and then the whole new market emerged. So I believe that we're doing a similar thing with gaming right now. Not only with gaming, of course, there's so many different use cases in social fi, like the way how you can interact with the communities, with channels, how channels can interact with their audience. There's so many use cases might emerge by adding all of these components in one ecosystem, providing access to this technology. So I believe that the whole new market might emerge. We don't really know what's going to be the next best use case, but we are building the whole foundation for such use case to emerge the next day.
Awesome. Thank you. Andrew, you also talked about the wallet rollout across the globe and how that's beginning today. It's a great, fantastic announcement. How significant is this, and why should builders be excited about getting access to the wallet?
Well, as I said, we have to educate users, and it will take time, right? So I think that when the user first time in life faced with some kind of digital asset, they don't really understand what they can use it for, but then the more use cases they come across, the more value the token that they own in their pocket they have. Right? So it starts with just one token, then they interact with some other tokens, and they realize the potential of that. They realize the value of such tokens. So in order to get to the point where the hundreds of million users have something in the token which they really own and they understand that, it will take some time to get to this point, and we are on the frontier on that. And of course, like Steve mentioned, the money transfer and value transfer use case which we use every single day, all of us. So we are very familiar with this use case. We can start with onboarding into this specific one. People will be using like Toncoin, potentially like stable coins in order to, transfer value. And eventually, what I think is that, when people will be more familiar with the technology, they will, the level of trust also, the credibility for like to keep their digital assets, which value something, to keep it inside of the Telegram application, it's also a challenge for all of us, like to convince users that they can really store this value inside of the Messenger app. And this is a big challenge for us, for all of us, but at the same time, it's a great opportunity and a very unique opportunity. So I think it's very important to be patient, first of all, to build utility, to educate users, not necessarily by, selling them something, but because the best way to educate users is basically to let them experience the product. So that's why we're building, a bunch of stuff that will let people understand how crypto works without, necessity to pay for that. And then, of course, like eventually, we believe that all this audience will be educated so that you can easily interact with them by providing more sophisticated use cases. So that's our plan.
Awesome. Steve, it's a big vision. There's a lot of roadblocks that we could potentially encounter along the way. What do you think are some of those major roadblocks?
I think one is regulation. As crypto entrepreneurs and project owners, they usually struggle with the regulatory uncertainty. But I'm hopeful that as UAE, including Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Ras Al Khaimah, are working on creating a regulatory framework for DAOs, centralized and decentralized service providers. I hope with time this issue will be fixed. But for now, that is one of the challenges.
What about you, Kirill? In terms of roadblocks to our success, what do you think are some of the major things that we need to avoid?
Well, actually, we just showed the main our obstacle is that we solved this issue. In particular, we solved the issue of horizontal scaling. It is the thing that blocks all other players in the crypto space from onboarding infinite number of users. But we in turn had this ingrained into our core, but we need still to make some preparatory steps to really unlock this horizontal scaling. And recently we have shown that yes, there is horizontal scaling. We can process hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. Now, well, we need to polish all this functionality, and when it will be ready, we will publish it to mainnet. And so I don't see any substantial challenges from the technical side now. We have clear roads and we know how to build what we want.
So the technology is good to go, right?
Yep.
Ready and willing.
Yes.
Yeah, the TPS showcase, the world record attempt the last week was an amazing experience for me. I was very honored to be part of that. So I appreciate you building the technology that allowed me that moment for myself. Okay, so Andrew, you mentioned easy, frictionless on-ramps and off-ramps that Wallet would commit to. I see off-ramping as like really essential to bringing on a mass audience. Why is off-ramping to crypto so important? And any idea when in the world can we access Wallet off-ramps?
Yeah, so first of all, like I would say that, of course, like on-ramps are much more important, especially considering that we want people to stay in the ecosystem. They want to interact within this ecosystem without going outside of it. right? So, but off-ramps is also a very crucial part of the whole ecosystem, because of course people, they have to interact with the real world, right? Sometimes it's like not possible to interact it without using the existing infrastructure which have been developing for many years, right? So for the crypto to become really widely used, spread it and all over the world, it will take a lot of time. We're moving that fast, and we're really, by building what we built, we contribute into this achievement, I would say, maybe the more than ever. The entire crypto industry was waiting for such opportunity to rise, and now we have this one. So I think that off-ramps is very important, of course. People will need it. It's it's a necessary thing to have. And I think that we already have established partnerships with, and we see a lot of teams working on that, not only of course like in Tona ecosystem, but outside of that as well. And yeah, and I think for them it's like a no-brainer to be part of Tona ecosystem, because like so many users will need to interact with the real world with fiat money. So yeah, bank cards, different QR codes, like in the eastern part of the world, like QR codes is very popular for paying, and of course, like adding such features to the wallet would be definitely no-brainer for us.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Wallet bank cards. When, Andrew? When?
Soon.
Awesome. All right, guys, so we're going to close up the questions very soon, but if you do have questions for the panelists, you're welcome to come to the little spot over there. You'll see Lisa. She's waving. She's the amazing organizer of this entire event, guys, so please just give her a hand. She's done an incredible job. So if you do have questions, please go over to Lisa, and I'll just ask a couple more questions to the guys, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, please, guys, don't be shy, and thank you for the applause. It's too sweet. I see someone's coming. Yeah, please, you can come here. Take the seat. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, guys, for organizing this event. This is a huge leap forward comparing to what we've seen in the last year, and my congratulations to the whole Ton community. I'm Vadim, founder at Phantom, and we are one of the biggest games in Ton ecosystem, and I have a question about user acquisition. So right now the big challenge is that there are no many organic traffics in the Ton and Telegram ecosystem, and the easiest one and the most scalable is Telegram ads, but the traffic quality is kind of not great. We have to, there are lots of Web 2 users, and we have to educate them. Like we prepare videos how to top up wallet and how to buy crypto. And we're happy to do that, but this is very expensive for us. Like we cannot afford to do that. So I wanted to know what's your vision on how Ton-based projects will get organic growth, and if it's going to happen, and how are you planning to educate Web 2 Telegram audience with ideas of what is Ton and how to use it? Thank you.
I love the question.
Maybe I can take this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's very, it's a big question, because like it's not only about ads. I think that ads is just one small component, and of course we should not definitely rely just one way of attracting traffic. We can speak about Telegram ads quite a lot, but I think that what we should focus on much more is all the viral features that we should use, because there's so many. Because look, the thing is that Telegram never spent a single penny on marketing, as well as I see a lot of communities within Telegram actually never spend a single penny on marketing, and they became so big because they were able to engage their community. Of course, there is a problem of a cold start, and ads might be a really good solution. And I believe that we're going to come up with the proper solution for that in order, like, in terms of like making it really cheaper for developers to kickstart their applications. And yeah, so it should be some sort of subsidy or, you know, traffic, like some free traffic that developers might get from this. But I mean, it's just one part of this equation, right? So that's one thing. So let's focus on viral features more. Let's utilize the whole potential of crypto, because the main idea of owning these digital assets is that you can build so many community driving platforms. Like Community Bot, for example, is one of the it's just one great example of how you can engage the community. We're going to speak about this tomorrow. And of course, I mentioned Ton App Center, which the foundation team is now working on. It's called Telegram App Center, but within is going to be like a Ton section, so that some projects will get some initial traffic from this section as well. So, so yeah, and of course, I mean, the bigger ecosystem will be, the more organic traffic we're going to be traveling from one product to another. You know, I believe that the great opportunity here is that successful projects, they are very open, and especially in crypto space, very open for all of that kind of, you know, partnerships and stuff, so that to share the audience between each other. So it's a lot to explore. We have to also find out which mechanics really work well, which don't. And yeah, I believe that more and more viral features will be developed within Telegram, also by Telegram team. We hope that they will also find a proper way how to make it first, like not so first of all efficient, and of course the mechanics that will not make, you know, users pissed off with lots of spam and all other, you know, incoming messages coming from all these projects in the ecosystem. So yeah.
Awesome.
When considering to scale crypto projects, I believe it is also important to take into consideration the cycle. So in a bull market, there usually in any meetup, there is exponentially more people willing to learn new things. So if we scale it to Telegram users in a bull market, I am sure that much more exponential number of people will be curious to try a crypto product. So I believe if the acquisition cost and education cost is too high at this moment, it is probably the best time to focus on a product that, in believing that in a bull market that is to come soon, focus on the product.
Yeah, I think there's also, just to directly answer your question there, Vadim, is you want to stick around for the Open League presentation later on, because that will certainly answer a few questions there. You mentioned a few problems that we have in terms of organic user acquisition. The users are potentially Web 2, they need education. And how to find real users that are going to be of extreme value to you and your project. And how to do that in a resource, a way that uses your resources effectively, allocates them, and so you're not spending hundreds on PDFs to educate people. So I think that's part of the foundation's responsibility to the community, is to build those systems that help you guys, help projects springboard into life. And I certainly have a big plan to present later on for that. So excited that you've asked that question, and hopefully I can answer it very fully later on today. Okay. Big hand for Vadim. Thank you so much for your question.
Hey, my name's Chris, and thank you so much for this conference, this amazing community. Super grateful for it, and I have a question actually about the users and the community. So Steve mentioned that Ton's community is really international, and Andrew shared the plans for the global rollout of wallets. So the question is, which regions within the last 6 months or a year saw the biggest growth, and where do we see the most transactions?
So the question is, where do we see the most transactions on wallet?
Where do we see the most user growth, in which countries or in which regions?
Right. I think maybe Andrew, you can answer that one.
Well, I think that, Ton has definitely some legacy, starting with, and Russian community is definitely for sure is very, very strong historically. At the same time, we see that the transition towards the Asian region, as Steve mentioned, is definitely coming, and we see a lot of potential basically in the region, or in the regions where Telegram is mainly present. We haven't actually we haven't unleashed the potential of Telegram yet. So this is something that we're all working on, and I mentioned our rollout plans, and of course we choose the countries where people are ready for crypto, ready to use crypto. They're already probably using crypto, but there are no simple ways of doing that, and we're providing such a simple instrument to onboard them. So yeah, basically there are mainly emerging markets. Of course, where Telegram has a really high penetration, and of course it all includes CIS region, the African countries like Latin America. This is one of the focus. Turkey, we believe, will be one of the largest market for Ton ecosystem. So we really believe that we can build a great community of builders in Asia, and Telegram has a lot of users in the region. And of course, the more applications we have, the more transactions they're going to be from these countries. Yeah.
I personally believe the social capital in the Eastern Europe is absolutely amazing, and those people are the people I've seen the most professional people in my life. So I'm very, very grateful for people we already have, and I believe that demographic of people is growing exponentially. So for example, today, compared to last year, the size of our conference is about 3-4 times. And one particular region where I see a lot of activities in the past 6 months is Hong Kong. So we have John and other independent contributors such as Tonex Studio and Jehan from Kinetic Capital, who are independently building the whole ecosystem in Hong Kong, bringing developers, investors who are interested in growing together with the Ton ecosystem. So I personally believe that in maybe 2 years or so, the number of developers and the projects from Asian region may match the talented pool of developers from Eastern Europe. So I think we are getting there. And also would like to mention that in Korea, we have an independent incubator called Ton Ecosystem Builder, who has been very active in developing the ecosystem in Korea independently.
Awesome. We'll take another 1 or 2 questions, I think.
Hi.
Hi.
Kirill, Andrew, Steve, thanks for the wonderful presentation and thanks for the M&As. I guess my question is more to Steve and Andrew. Steve, you mentioned that regulation is going to be a roadblock for the crypto companies, which is no surprise. As a somewhat person familiar with the regulation, I know it's a big pain in the ass for crypto projects. But it's one thing that regulation comes from the States, another thing when it comes from private platforms such as Apple Store and Google Play. And given the number of features that you plan to roll out, the non-custodial wallets, the exchanges, swaps, do you expect any, like a competition or even tension with the Apple Store in the coming months or even years? And then do you eventually see that this monopoly over the user devices maintained by Apple and Google will someday will be broken out by somebody like Telegram or something, any similar app? That's it.
Well, thank you so much for this question. And by the way, I would say that if you would ask me what's the roadblock, it's one of them, of course. But the thing is that, you know, it's, of course, like, it's very difficult. I mean, it's very difficult to navigate in this world, especially, you know, there are so many, I mean, we invent so many different things that even the existing guidelines, they don't really cover. So of course, like all these companies, they will have to also make the decision of how to navigate. Like, I will give you one example. Like a year ago, when we were launching something related to NFTs in Tonekeeper, and we were not able actually to pass the approval process for like 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks, just because of Apple didn't have their like strong opinion on whether NFTs is it like a digital asset or not. And eventually we were able actually to go through this procedure. But the thing is that we, of course, like we had to change the product a little bit. But at the same time, sometime later, like 1 month later, Apple announced like new guidelines for NFTs. They also had to like align with the constantly changing world, and of course, like with all the use cases that we're going to be building, we'll have to find a way how to navigate. So it's all about like the I see is like movement from both parties, like from crypto towards like mass adoption, and from mass platforms like Apple and Google towards like users who really want to use such technology. So we see that within the wallets, the existing self-custody wallets, even despite Apple doesn't really allow like store-like interface to be to exist within the application, in order like not to create a competitor for their app store, right? So this dApps browsers still exist because the value that these projects are, providing to the audience is like, it's not like a digital asset which is basically competing with the existing payment system on Apple. So we believe that for DeFi it would be much easier. For collectible projects like NFTs, it would be much more difficult. And of course, like we might face with more and more issues in future. But I hope that the guidance of such big companies, they will be, and of course their monopoly will definitely be not that strong, especially considering that, of course, a good thing is that we have not only like Apple, but also Google, and their rules are different towards crypto projects. So, and we see that, of course, like Google is way much more like soft in terms of the guidelines that they have.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Tricky one. Apple's kind of the adjudicator, judge, and jury here when it comes to making money through applications. It's difficult to get around. But I think perhaps when there is a mass audience application that has a huge reach and a massive community behind it, that's when they have to start taking note and changing the situation, perhaps. Great question. Thank you very much. Is there time for one more, Lisa, or?
Yeah, it's short, you promised, right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Love to see everyone here. Funny idea, maybe not really crazy. We're going to have 500 million users from Telegram in 5 years. Why not to drop one Toncoin to 500 million users today to have all of them tomorrow? I mean, literally, like pros and cons. What do you see? How do you think of that? And yeah, would love to hear your thoughts.
Ton.vote is a community on-chain voting platform created by Orbs. we can maybe have a vote and see what the community thinks.
I'm sure the market liquidity for a 500 million ton in the market all of a sudden would be something to behold. maybe not in a good way. Thank you for your question, Sasha.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. So, guys, that's the end of the first session now. We have concluded. I'm sure you'll all agree that there was some incredible insights shared by these speakers. The energy in the air during this first part of the conference has been very visionary. In the next part of the conference, we'll move more towards the programs, the things that we want to build to service the community, to help them, and where the direction is that we're going to go. So take a moment, refuel, take a breath. There's going to be a short 40-minute break. You can grab your food. There's food outside. Take some time to look at the booths, meet the project teams, and ask questions. And the merch store, Ton merch store next door is now live. So go grab yourself some merch, and see you back here in 40 minutes. that we're imagining for acquiring users organically, using all of the viral mechanics that Telegram has to offer. And then we'll have Ekin, who's our Ton Society lead. Ton Society is a new project. It's there to help the ecosystem to identify valuable users and for projects to put their project in front of those people in the best, most easy way. So that's also going to be a really great presentation. And then we'll have Aleksej, who's going to present the development roadmap. So he'll talk about what's happened and what's coming up. And there's some major announcements coming in that presentation as well. So excited for you guys to hear from Anthony Tsiarev, who's our Director of Ecosystem Development. Give him a big hand, please, guys.
Thank you. Hi, guys. I'm happy to see so many people here today with us, because I remember the last time, 12 months ago, it was kind of small, cozy meetup in Dubai. And yeah, and right now, I believe it's kind of big step forward for whole community. And I'm really happy to be part of that. So yeah, I'm responsible for ecosystem development. What does it mean? Main goal of ecosystem development, help builders build successful, self-sustainable, and popular applications. So, and it means, do you know Steve Ballmer, right? Developers, developers, developers. Developers, developers, developers. Developers, developers, developers. Woo! Yeah, because developers is a really key factor of success of any ecosystem. So let's start. Today, we are going to talk about mass adoption, about our vision of mass adoption, and what kind of challenges right now we have, and how our ecosystem will help builders to build applications. So let's go deeper. First of all, let's start with mass adoption. What does it mean? We aim to onboard 500 million Telegram users into Web3 space on Ton in the next 3-5 years. But we also need to understand that right now we have only up to 150 million users in Web3. So it means we need to think, first of all, about Web2 users. We need to target them. And it also means that we must rethink our approach to building on Web3. Because it's really difficult. We know these challenges. And I'm pretty sure that everyone can remember their own experience of onboarding into Web3. Just for example, understanding blockchain concepts is really difficult. Even I'm a person with a good technical background. It took time to understand what is Web3, why cryptocurrency is not a scam, it's not an air from money, and money from air and other stuff. So, and also, after that, you should think about, okay, what kind of chains we have, how to use it, what kind of wallets we had, what is the difference between custodial and non-custodial, and many other stuff. And of course, after that, you have a problem with discovery of dApps. Yeah, we have this phrase, do your own research, right? But it doesn't look like it's going to be a solution for mass adoption. We should rethink this way. We should rethink this approach. And as a result, such kind of problems affect builders too, because as a result, you have a problem with user acquisition, you have a problem with conversion rates, because you also need to understand, educate people how to use blockchain, how to use Web3 technologies. And especially if you're talking about acquisition channels, sometimes, usually, applications limited by size of chain community. And it's really important to help builders to skyrocket this problem and fix it. So what we have? We have, as a community, we are building Web3 super application on Telegram. And we have everything for that. We have Telegram Messenger with 800 million monthly active users. We have Ton blockchain as a Web3 infrastructural layer for this ecosystem. And also, we have wallet as a gateway for Telegram users into Web3 space. And our game changer here, it's a mini apps platform. We believe that only user-friendly experience, user-friendly UI will help builders, will help people understand better, understand Web3 technologies. So, and also, we have plenty entry points in our ecosystem. We have we can integrate mini applications into chats. You can add entry points via channels. We also have a T-Apps center for organic growth, Telegram ads, and many other things. And yeah, I have been working with super application about 6 years. I was responsible for a super application at VK, social network. I researched a lot different super applications around the world, like WeChat, Grab, and many others. So, and the key factor of success of mini applications, its ability to provide seamless and native user experience for users and customers. You need to think, first of all, what is use case will be popular for this super application, for Telegram users, and then think about what kind of opportunities you should use to provide this really good user experience. So, and here we have everything. We have entry points in channels and chats. We have Telegram ads. You will be able to you're able to send notifications to users from a bot, and also you can build your own community on Telegram and engage them with different community tools like a community app. And of course, we have Wallet as a convenient tool for asset management. But before we will talk about plans, I would like to make a kind of small recap, annual recap. What happened with our ecosystem in 1 year. So actually, first of all, I would like to highlight improvement of development experience. I believe many developers know that it was a kind of a problem 1 year ago, to develop on Ton because there are no education, no special tools and other stuff. But right now, community did a really great job in terms of developer experience. We have a lot of tools, we have a lot of standards and many other things. And also it was a significant growth of DeFi infrastructure because it's kind of essential blocks of each ecosystem. And also GameFi, NFT infrastructure, boost of analytics tools, and appearance of new distribution channels. And of course, I really like to see a progress of Ton Society meetups. About 4,000 people join our Ton Society meetups around the world. It's really awesome because, once again, 12 months ago it was really small meetup for core activists and core contributors of Ton ecosystem, and right now a lot of people know about Tons. And actually I have a really funny story because I remember that 1 year ago when you have an intro with someone and you're explaining where you work, and people usually, do you mean Tron? What is Ton? Yeah, I know Tron, yeah. And yeah, it's funny, but right now, almost everyone knows about Ton. It's really great job. It's really big results of our ecosystem. And also, one more thing, we distributed about $3 million in grants and contest prize to engage developers and bring new developers into ecosystem. And as a result, we have a really good results in terms of metrics and developer activity. Just for example, we have about 12,000 members in our developer chats on Telegram. We have more than 180 developers, monthly active developer on GitHub repositories. And as a result, more than 230 projects, 230 projects that are building or supporting Ton. Yeah, it's really good results. It's really big step for whole ecosystem. So, but let's talk about our plans. So what we have. First of all, we want to simplify Ton, mini apps development, because we believe it's really important to help you focus, first of all, on your business idea, on monetization and other aspects, than digging into technical stuff and figure out how to build smart contracts and other stuff. The second thing, it's develop DeFi and GameFi and NFT infrastructure. We believe that it's really important because we believe that if you're talking about ideal use cases and what will be key driver of mass adoption, I believe it's more about DeFi, GameFi. And the last thing, it's improvement user acquisition channels. Yeah, Vadim asked really good questions about Telegram ads and other stuff. So it's really important to help builders use all opportunity of Telegram and many other things also. Yeah, let's talk about development. So here we want to fill missing place in our infrastructure. So it means that we want to bring oracles into Ton. We also want to simplify experience of using API providers. Also, we are going to make a release of Tact. It will be production version of this programming language. And also we'll update Fancy and many other stuff. So actually, Aleksej will explain this stuff and tell you more about that. And also, it's really important for us to provide tools to create a really user-friendly and seamless user interface for many applications. And so for that, we will engage community to develop UI kits for most popular JavaScript frameworks. And of course, education. Education is a key part of developer experience. So yeah, it's going to be kind of a library of smart contracts for Fancy and Tact and many other things. And of course, we believe that if we're talking about developers, we're talking about builders. And yeah, because we are building super application, it's really important to bring developers from Asian region, because they know how to build super applications. They know how to build use cases for these things. And for that, we want to make our documentation available for and accessible for everyone by translation into main languages. In terms of DeFi, we want to increase adoption of stablecoins, because it's kind of a fuel of DeFi, right? And right now, it's kind of early stage of development of stablecoins in our ecosystem, and we want to fix it. We want to improve the situation. So yeah, we will increase adoption of stablecoins. We will issue native stablecoins on Ton, and also we want to simplify flow of bridges. We want to engage wallet teams, integrate bridges into their applications, and to simplify this process. And of course, it's going to be a support of Ledger, new multisig. Yeah, Aleksej also will talk about that, and other custody services. And if you're talking about NFT, we want to make the things available and really convenient for builders. So, and for that, we want to support initiatives of GetGems team and TownTech to release compressed NFT. You will be able to mint millions on an NFT in a few dollars. And it's really, if you're talking about mass adoptions, you have to do it, because otherwise you're going to spend a lot of time or a lot of money on that. So, and of course, we will think about storage solutions, because yeah, we have Ton storage, but anyway, we should provide a kind of trusted service, trusted provider who will be able to store information about your NFT and other stuff. And also, if you're talking about gaming, it's really important, I mean, for social gaming, instant gaming, it's really important to have different ways of monetization. And yeah, and right now in Telegram, we don't have ads monetization, so we'll fix it. We are going to speed up appearance of ads monetization platform, and of course, integrate popular HTML5 game engines. So yeah, let's talk about user acquisition. T-App Center, we believe it should be a really significant source of organic traffic for builders and projects. So we want to support T-App Center team to develop several things. Like, first of all, it's going to be a rating based on on-chain and off-chain data. So the second thing is about trending categories, gaming and void mechanics, and of course detailed information about dApps, because it's really important to highlight use cases or highlight value of your dApps to Telegram users. Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about our commitment. It's kind of important part, right? If you're talking about developers. So what we have right now, we have several grants program. We're also providing a technical guidance for our partners, ecosystem teams, and we have launched a Ton Accelerator program, and yeah, we'll talk about it later. But we believe it's not enough. We believe we can do something more. And for that, we will support initiative on Ton Tech team. They're going to provide security audits for smart contracts, and we will provide grants for free security audits by Ton Tech team. The next thing, we will help build bug bounty platform for Ton-based projects. It will help concentrate community of white hat hackers on Ton, and as a result, increase security of applications in our ecosystem. And the last thing, we will help you with scaling. We will provide you Telegram ads grants to test your idea on a large scale of Telegram user base. Let's make a summary. It's really important for developers and builders think first of all about use cases. I mean, we should rethink, as I told before, so we should rethink way of building Web3. Yeah, because we are trying to engage Web2 users into Web3 space. We need to simplify our use cases. We need to think about large scale and large user base. And it means that we should care about user experience and user interfaces and many other aspects to make this process really easy for people, ordinary people. And for that, you also need to think how to use all opportunities what we have right now in terms of Telegram platform and Ton platform. So, and it's really important, if you want to achieve mass adoption and turn it into reality, we should do it together, because our main goal as ecosystem to help you with that. But key driver of ecosystem of mass adoption is use cases and builders. So let's do it together. Join Web3 revolution and start building with us today. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys. So, and I'm going to invite Jack. He will speak more about, he will tell you more about other benefits for builders and use cases in our ecosystem. Yeah, Jack?
Thank you, mate. Good afternoon. Today, I'm going to talk about the Open League. The Open League is a passion project of mine. I've been working on it a long time to figure out how we get this done. It's a little bit different to other presentations today because this is actually a community proposal to you, our community. But the Open League is a path forward. It's a path toward rewarding users to use the ecosystem's best projects. But first I want to start with a story. Obviously, many of you might have realized I'm English, so I'm going to start talking about football. In 1991, there was a problem with English football. The top division teams, or all the teams in the Football League, all 60 of them, there was only one company selling the TV rights to all 60 games. So the top division, made up of 22 teams, felt they would be better off if they separated from the rest and were able to control the sale of the TV rights to only the best games. This would mean more money in the pockets of the best teams, so they could spend more on things that would improve the game. Better stadiums with more seats. Better players could be attracted by bigger salaries. So, the Premier League was created in 1992, giving rise to an entirely new era of English football. Not just English football, world football. The model of the Premier League was soon copied by Spain, Portugal, Germany, France. Now, today, the Premier League attracts the world's best players. They've built the world's best stadiums and to cater to the hundreds of millions of fans worldwide. And frankly, it's kind of a defining force for why people even know about England at this stage. Can I get a show of hands? Who's met an English person and immediately talked about football within the first 10, 20 minutes? A few of you. Okay, not as many as I thought, but okay. So what I will show you today is how we as a community could build the Premier League of Web3 projects, where the projects get all the glory and the users get the players' salaries. The projects being the teams, the users, the players. Telegram is the stadium, and Ton is the nation. We call it the Open League, and it's designed to do for Web3 what the Premier League did for football and for England. Concentrate limited resources to give the biggest platform to the best projects. A tide that raises all ships that will grow to attract millions of users to Web3. A massive vision, ambitious, definitely. But today, it's a public proposal. It's not reality yet. The proposal's objective is to attract 5 million users in the next year with Toncoin-backed community incentives. Tomorrow, we'll put this plan revealed to all today to a community vote, and you, the community, will help us decide how we move forward with the Open League. So, let's dive into how it all works. Incentives would go to users in 2 ways. The first way would be through collectibles, soul-bound tokens, tokens that you cannot transfer from your wallet. They would be given to you for achievements that you've made within the community. Trading Guru for winning a trading contest, Social Butterfly for running an amazing community, Legendary Gamer for completing a ton of gaming tasks, or the Whale for bringing all of your money to Ton, which is obviously a good thing to do. Second, via projects. So projects that launch on Ton would apply to this program to receive incentives. They would then give those incentives to their users in the form of a reward for completing particular tasks that they set out. So, first of all, through the bonuses. Second of all, through the projects. We will introduce a seasonal structure that gamifies the launch of mini-apps. For projects, it creates a very perfect moment to launch your new feature, your update, your application, to onboard and captivate an active user base that's already following this program. They already know about it. It's structured, it's there. For users, it directs them to use only the best projects, gamifying onboarding, making their experience an incredible one from the very outset, and rewarding them for Ton mini-app usage. So the flow will look something like this. The project would apply to get into the season. The project is then approved by the community. The project then gets promotion by Ton Foundation on all of our channels and incentives for its users from the foundation. Projects will then list tasks for users to earn rewards, and users earn rewards for using projects. They'll also get additional bonuses for referring new users to the tasks, to the quests, and bonus rewards for being valuable community members. So sustained activity over time, proving yourself to be a valuable person in the community gets you more rewards. So, how are these rewards? What are they? What exactly do they do? Introducing experience points. Experience points will be reputation points for the community and redeemable for Ton. So there is an unlimited supply. They're points, not tokens. It's a very, very important point. With amounts issued based on the results of each season. So each season we'll review, we'll understand how it's gone, have we got new users, are those users sticky, and then we'll propose a report to the community to adapt the program, to improve the budget, to change it. XP is backed one-to-one by Ton and redeemable anytime, but at a discount. a time-based formula determines the exchange rate. So the more time left, the less ton you get for your XP. Finally, then on redemption day, the final day of Season 2, March 31st, 1 XP will be worth 1 ton. Community bot will act as the front page for incentive season tasks. The community bot will act as the entry point for the incentives program. In fact, even to get any reward or qualify for any reward, you'll need to complete the onboarding quest. With many quests per season, completing each task in the quest will award XP directly to your account. Completing every task in the quest will get you one of those Tom Foundation collectibles, soulbound tokens. Each soulbound token will boost your rewards. It will multiply it. So the more soulbound tokens you collect, the more you earn from the program. Each quest will have a referral link linked to your wallet address, and users will earn additional rewards, additional XP for referring friends. Boosts for your XP earnings will be a major feature of this program, and required if you want to earn the maximum amount. Boosts essentially do one thing for us. They prove that you're a valuable and unique user. And over time, the more reputation and the more boosts you get, the more you'll be able to earn from the program. So boosts will be things like having an SBT or completing tasks on a regular basis, on-chain activity, earning these achievement collectibles, and paying for services like Ton DNS, or Fragment Telegram ID, or Telegram Premium. These are all things that suggest you are one person, one user, one wallet, you're unique, and you're valuable to the Ton community and its projects that need to find you. Ton Society will be your profile, so you can grow your reputation using Ton. You'll see here we have 3 screens. The first is your profile. It shows your XP, the total earnings, and it shows your collectibles that you have in your account. Those collectibles are related to your activity. You only get them from performing certain actions. And then finally, in Ton Society, you'll have your exchange function. You'll be able to exchange your XP to Ton directly in Ton Society, paying Ton directly to your wallet. For projects, Ton Society will also act as the incentives governance platform. So in order to get into the season, you'll need to apply. You'll need to put a public proposal forward to the community and propose why your project can contribute to Ton's user goal. This community here today needs to find 500 million users in the next 5 years to achieve the goal. It's massive. We need to work together. We need to come together to complete this. And this is how we do it. Projects can submit proposals to be a part of the season anytime for inclusion in the next season from start. Then community members will vote on Ton Society to approve the XP grant. Once approved, Ton Foundation will audit the team and the plans and assist in creating highly valuable tasks that bring in active real users. There would be 3 tiers of proposal. So you're a project, you believe you want to be part of this program, you can propose yourself in 3 ways. You believe you can get 1 million users inside the season, you get 500k XP. You believe you can get 500k users in the season, you get 200k XP. 50k users, 20k XP. These are the 3 tiers, and each project will have to propose themselves under a specific tier and show why exactly they believe they can achieve this goal. This is why the focus moves to user acquisition above all. Projects should understand that to be part of the season, is an incredible opportunity. You will not only get rewards to give away to your users, but also all the support of all the Ton community channels and marketing programs. This is why active wallets is above all the metric we're seeking to drive with the Open League. We have shown the amazing value that our work with Telegram can have, and we've made ambitious targets. And with Wallet's announcement and now global rollout from today, more and more of Telegram's users will have access to a Web3 wallet. So the Open League gives them a way to go from passive observers, people with wallets in their Telegram, to actively using that wallet. And that's what we're trying to do here, is activate users with the systems that we already have in place. So the strategy here is to spend, is to get 500 users in the pilot season, 1 million users from 15 projects in the season 1, and 3.5 million users from 15 projects in season 2. The strategy is to spend 1 year with all of our resources focused on building Ton-based Telegram mini-apps. Every project should consider building a mini-app, and in fact, you won't be allowed into this program unless you do have a mini-app. The pilot season is a first test period, then season 1 and season 2 are when things really should kick off. Each season, at the end of it, we have a blackout period. This is where we review and understand what are the results here? How many users have we brought in? How sticky are they? And then we present a project report back to the community to help them to see, has this been successful? And how should we allocate funds to the next seasons? Should we raise budget? Should we raise the rewards? Should we lower them? These are all questions that can be answered by those reports after we have the data to understand how well this program has worked. So, pilot season is a trial run. Changes will be made by community vote based on what happens in the pilot. It will be invite only for the pilot, so we won't be opening up to a community proposal yet. The community proposals will be for season 1. Should this beta phase, invite only, pilot, should it be successful, should it deliver on what we want, active users using Ton, then the foundation is prepared to really put a lot of resources into this program. Potentially up to 100 million Ton could go through this program into users' wallets and pockets over the next 5 years. Becoming a significant force for how we activate users from Telegram to Ton. So, we're pleased to announce that the pilot season onboarding quest will soon be ready. We'll handpick the projects for the pilot and reach out to them directly to Planet. And quests and incentives will begin for beta users as early as the 1st of December. So it's coming in hot as long as you guys approve it. You know, we got to vote for it first. So if you guys are game to do this, we'll do it. You'll see 3 things here in the onboarding quest. First of all, the stories that help educate the user. Second of all, tasks that will be rewarded with XP in the second screen here. And third, boosts. So boosts, as I said, will be a main feature. They will multiply your earnings, and the sooner you get your boosts, the sooner you'll multiply those earnings, and they'll continue on for as long as you have those boosts in your wallet. So that is the Open League. As I mentioned at the start of the presentation, I believe this is how we as a community can create a system that uses our limited resources to put the best projects onto the global stage. to convert millions of users into paid players of our ecosystem, and to turn Ton into the hottest tourist destination on the planet. But unlike England, obviously, it will be a destination that people don't want to leave. So, thank you very much for listening, and look forward to reading your feedback in the community and on the proposal. Now, you've heard it mentioned here today a few times, but many of you are probably new to Ton Society and the pivotal role that it will take in this developing ecosystem. So it's time to dive a little deeper into that with Ekin Tuna, who's the Ton Society lead. Thank you very much, guys.
All right. Hey, everybody. Let's do one more round of applause for Jack for doing a wonderful job here on the stage. All right. The lights are actually very bright here. So I'm going to tell you about investments today. I'm going to give some investment advice, but it's not the kind of investment you think. So we're not talking about financial here. And also I'm going to explain the why of Ton Society to everybody here. So the journey started some while back where, you know, I was faced with the question of what am I going to do with the next 10 years of my life? Like, where am I going to put my, you know, investments, my time, my effort? What would I grow and build that would have value in 10 years? So, like many of everybody here, you know, usually when you have a thing you want to explore and you want to learn about, you go online and you start reading, you start exploring information, reading content, liking, you start bookmarking. But the thing that happened was that when I went back and I started to, you know, I wanted to go back to a source of information, it was gone. That author had left the platform, they'd left their content, and when I went and I searched for them in somewhere in another social media platform, it said that, hey, I have been shadow banned. My content is no longer accessible to my users. They have to go to a specific URL directly linking to a content piece instead of seeing their profile. And I started to wonder myself, like, I've put in a lot of effort in my social media presence. Like many of you here in the audience today, I think. And what would I do if my social media profile would just disappear one day? Because it's not just about my personal stuff. Nobody really cares about, you know, what books I read or, you know, where did I travel. But it's my business that it impacts. Because a lot of my own business revolves around a social profile. So then the question becomes, why is this happening? Is it perhaps that there is a glitch in the algorithm? So the algorithm just went rogue. You know, some parameters were wrong, and a bunch of authors and content creators have been, you know, removed from the platform. Maybe there is a secret cabal. There's lizard people who control the society, and they secretly pull the strings, and they silence dissenting and dangerous voices. But maybe that's not the case. What if it's something grounded in much more reality and profit margin? There's a thing where a researcher published, kind of alluding to the conclusion that attention, not data, is the new oil. It means that the value of the content you create and the contribution you make to the social media platform comes down to how much attention it captures from the readers and the audience. If it captures a lot of attention, then the content is published, you get hundreds of thousands of followers, you become viral. If it's average or below the attention capture rate, then you get pushed slowly to the margins. Your content is not promoted. And if it so happens that after reading your content, the readers migrate to a different social platform, that is the point where you get shadow banned, or you get banned. Because ultimately, it is not the value of your ideas as a content creator, it is how much attention you capture and how much profit you are able to generate for the social media platform. And how have we ended up here? After, internet was generated some 30 years ago, it became wide medium of information. The killer app, aside of advertisements, or a way to serve advertisements, were social media platforms. They have a single point of entry, which is through their website. And by entering through that gateway, you're given access to everybody else in the world. For the first time in history, we have the possibility of talking to 8 billion other people on this planet. And how to really efficiently monetize that? Then the solution for that is monitoring the interactions between all the people, what they like, what they dislike, purchasing a bit more additional information like bank transaction records, like cookie history from your browsers and so on, and then incentivizing certain kinds of interactions that result in the best possible monetization for the social media platform. This is the current model, and I think everybody in the audience knows what the issues are with the current social media. We have vast amounts of people that are divided, the content is extremely polarizing, and there is no force that pushes people back together. But this is where we want to come in. That's what crypto can do. And it can be done by removing the intermediary, removing the social media platform that has a way to intermediate this communication between people and nudge it in certain directions. In crypto-based social media, there is no banning because you own the account. Your account is literally your wallet. If you have followers of that account in one platform, they will follow the same account in another platform. It's an open network. So the access point moves from being from the single platform owner into a global access point where anybody can enter from any direction, not just through one single website, but through all websites. And similarly, the value extraction mechanism here, it disappears. So whereas in social media, in centralized social media, the value is extracted through, advertisement costs, all sorts of other kind of affiliate stuff that is happening there. In crypto social media, it stays within the network because the users are directly incentivized instead of the platform. So the users get to decide what kind of content they do, how do they profile themselves, and then get rewards based on giving their attention, not their attention being sold. So I think everybody here knows all these products. So has anybody ever used a Time Master? I think everybody's seen that. I don't think anybody has used it. Or, for example, I do not need a 24-month supply of vitamins or vacuum cleaner shoes, which is a real thing. But this is all of the stuff that you're being pushed on. And the reason for that is that when you have a social media platform that monitors your interactions with other people, what they do is they purchase other sources of information, bank transaction records, mortgage history, whatever is available, health records, and they start promoting stuff to you that you think you will need. But what we have the power for the first time is to take back ownership of this data and select what we want to be promoted on. In crypto, we can turn profiling into a reputation-based system. I can have one wallet as a gaming enthusiast where I only do gaming-related stuff. And this will signal to the advertiser, to the product owner, that I am interested in gaming. Please come and sell me gaming-related stuff. I give you my consent. And on another wallet, I can be a university student or a researcher or anything else. And I can then signal to those relevant parties that I want to be promoted on that type of information. So our goal is to have self-owned online profiles to transform digital identity, to generate a real digital identity that you really control, that doesn't have ubiquitous information, and transform that into selected information. And we want to move from obscure profiles where you don't really know what's being sold to you, why, and where is this data coming from, to digital identity that you control and you give consciously an access to. So we want to move to reputation-based systems, and this is how we do it. This is a Ton Society app, and you can easily generate a Ton Society profile by connecting your Ton wallet into the app directly. It's literally 2 clicks of a button, 10 seconds, and you have your own profile set up. Now, what do you do next? How do you become an active data producer and control your own identity? You do activities. So, in activities, we promote different kinds of things on the Ton Society. Essentially, it is a large aggregator of every single thing happening in the Ton ecosystem. So, contests and hackathons are a good example for people who want to do short-term activities, perhaps in a very specific niche. Events for people who want to organize a breakfast or join a breakfast, who want to join a local meetup in their city, in their country, or a place they're visiting. Quests for people who want to connect to platforms and for product owners who want to get a way to access the Ton society and the Ton community that isn't abusive to data, where you can directly incentivize users for their attention and to get their feedback. And also by becoming an ambassador. So if you want to become a leader in Ton community and take ownership of a very small niche for yourself and promote it, ambassador program is the best way to do it. And also there will be the profile, and profile is self-selected. Activities that you complete, you find interesting, will be there. If you don't find some activities interesting, some data interesting, it's not going to be there. You will see the achievements in the form of soulbound tokens and your experience, the XP tokens that then indicate the level of your user profile. Our roadmap is very simple. So this year, this month, we will launch the Ton Society platform. It's going to come in a website. It's going to be connected to the community mini app. And it will have all the features in the XP grants, in activities that we just discussed. But what we want to do next year is we want to grow. We want to aggressively push more XP grants out to the market so that we have a competitive open league. We might even release a second tier of league, who knows? And we want to expand the digital profile, the digital identity that we're creating, so that the Ton Society profile becomes the standard profile for all of Ton ecosystem. So that any mini app, when they have achievements and they have users, those can be automatically included in the Ton Society profile. And then finally, in 2025, we're here only to push the ball down the hill, right? Our goal is not to be in charge of anything, but to hand over a ready-made community platform to the community. All of the details of this haven't been decided completely. They will be announced in the next year's Gateway. But if you want to have a way to have a voice in the future of the community DAO that we will launch, XP is the right way to do it. The more XP, the more engagement you have, the larger voice you will have in the future when it comes to deciding what matters for the Ton society. So our mission statement is threefold. Ton society removes value-extracting intermediaries and places the generated value to the hands of the value creators. You as the user generate the value, you should be compensated for your attention. Ton society generates an entirely new way for real businesses to connect to real users through Ton without profiling and attention capture. If you are a developer, you don't know who you're going to be advertising when you go to AdWords, another social media platform. We have a way to find audience that is interested in your product, that self-profiles, and that you can directly incentivize by giving them the financial incentives instead of a third-party middleman. And finally, Ton society builds an ecosystem of reputation-based digital identities that are owned by the users. Digital identity is a trend, and it's being built now, but what we have here is a truly unique opportunity. You've heard the word 700 million, 800 million Telegram users, going to 1.5 billion in the next 5 years, right? Imagine those people having a real digital identity that you cannot take away. No content, no platform producer can take away your own profile. That happens now in every single centralized social media. So that's what we're doing. If you want to get involved, there's a QR code. You can scan easily and join Ton Society Telegram forums. All the information is there. We welcome everybody to join. If you want to take a leadership position, build a leader kind of a position for yourself in the Ton community, join the ambassador program. Applications for the pre-season that closes in end of March 2024 are open for this month. So we're going to close it at the beginning of December and then evaluate and interview ambassadors for the pre-season. Applications are going to be open again in April 2024. And finally, if you are a community leader in your country, in your city, in your region, you can set up a Ton hub. And in this case, contact us and let us know that you want to set up a local community, and we will be more than happy to help you. This is all that I had to say today. Thank you for your attention. And I think it's Aleksej coming here to the stage next.
Yeah. Thanks, Led. Hello, everyone. Hello, developers. My name is Aleksej, and I've been working in the core team since year 2020. And in our team, we are working on the core and its major components. Using this technology and platform, especially in combination with the Telegram mini apps, you can create staggering applications and services. And today, I will tell you more about upcoming technical releases and features. So it's fair to expect stability and security from a core component. And I would like to remind you that Ton blockchain hasn't had a single failure over the past 2 years. And we are constantly working to ensure that this continues. Today we have more than 350 independent validators. and the quality-aware work has a direct impact on the network quality. And in order to keep that quality at the same level, we plan to strengthen the system of penalties for poorly performing validators. There is nothing to worry about if you're a good system administrator and you're running your node on a high-quality hardware. In that case, you won't get any penalties. However, if this is not the case, we recommend you to become nominator instead of a validator. We also plan to introduce a new node type called Fisherman. This will greatly improve network stability and security. So, as you know, Ton is a decentralized self-governing blockchain, which means that the network participants choose how the project will develop in the future. You know, voting functionality for updates has been integrated into the Ton blockchain since the very beginning. And actually, we have a couple of good examples how it was used this year. I mean, such as tokenomics optimization, burning 50% of transaction fees, and support of Ton Believers Fund initiative. All these suggestions were accepted by the users, and they had a tremendous positive impact on the network tokenomics, involving almost 40% of total Toncoin emissions. However, a few more things left to improve in this category. So we will try our best to enable staking pool participants to vote, and that their votes would be taken into account by means of smart contract. Also, we plan to support all wallets so that they could integrate voting functionality into their UI. And we plan to come up with a new suggestion to improve new system of penalties for validators who ignore voting. So, you know, in Ton and Telegram, you can build DeFi products that are not possible anywhere else. For example, decentralized subscriptions for paid channels. Moreover, we plan to deliver the best toolkit for fast, cheap, and scalable transactions in the entire crypto industry. And in order to do that, we may need a new smart contract based on existing standard wallet. And actually, a Tonkeeper team has done already an excellent job in this direction. And based on their work, after some improvements, the new smart contract will be released. Also, right now, we are working on a revolutionary technology, transactions that do not require Ton coins to be paid for the network fees. Just imagine a jeton that does not require Ton coin, right, for send operations. Also, multisig will get an update, and it will be able to interact with Ton Connect and various hardware wallets. We also plan to provide more guidelines on multi-account UI and more standards for deterministic sub-wallets, sub-accounts, sorry. So, Ton Teleport, you have heard these words today already. So it's a unique cross-chain technology that works absolutely without any intermediaries and private keys, entirely on smart contracts. We developed this project and technology jointly with the R-Squad team. Ton Bridge will get its update also, and this time we are about to support natively created Ton coins, jetons. We also plan to integrate Ether coin and some more new coins and networks. And this is my favorite one. The two most famous decentralized cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ether, are going to be integrated into the Ton blockchain by means of so-called extra currency feature. That means that both of them will have extremely low commissions, and to work with them will be as easy as with native Ton coin. Long-awaited TVM update with extended cryptography finally passed all the audits, and we plan to release it this November. Actually, based on this update, several teams from the Ton community has already created great products, and one of them is based on a zero-knowledge protocol and called Tonal Network. Keep an eye on it. Another great update is an accelerator update, and basically this is the update we have used in our TPS showcase, where we established new TPS world record. And we plan to merge it into a master branch next year. But among our optimizations in this update, we have split validator node into two nodes, a validator and a collator. This will greatly improve productivity while maintaining security and stability of overall network. Actually, this may open up entirely new industry, like a market for collator nodes, just as there is now opportunity to make money from validation, right? Also, as network grows in popularity, we plan to provide more guidelines and tools for products and services on how to work with a network that is split into multiple shard chains. Believe me, you will need it. So, and especially for developers, we plan to deliver fully fledged standards for smart contract interfaces and signatures. This will allow you to create even more convenient and secure dApps that are compatible with each other. As you know, we have another excellent technology in Ton called TLB schemes for describing interfaces. And we would like to increase its popularity among developers and to make it common in general. And in order to do that, we will create a new user-friendly TLB format. And of course, we will provide code generators for most popular programming languages. Also, your favorite programming languages, FunC, actively will be developed further. Ton payments, right. The message here is short, although very strong one. Right now, there is ongoing work on a fully fledged Ton Layer 2 network. Its participants will be able to send and execute instant and free microtransactions. Ton proxy, right? It's all about privacy. So it seems that time has come to integrate absolute privacy into the Ton network. We plan to achieve it by so-called garlic routing via intermediate nodes. Ton storage, another excellent technology, and actually we have seen several products and services, built a couple of products already this year. I mean, such as Ton Torrent, content storage for NFTs, and some user services like Ton Drive. But the message here is that the technology is ready and fully functioning, and the only thing what's left to do for the community is to create products with a high-quality user interfaces. Guys, we basically expect from you something like Ton Dropbox here, better directly in Telegram. And today's most exclusive announcement, right now, we are working on a new grandiose project called Ton Browser. Just imagine all the previously mentioned components, features, services will be united and integrated into that browser. It will be massive, guys. And as a conclusion, I would like to say that we are proud to work on the unique Ton platform and to be at the front line of cutting-edge technologies. We also have prepared for you some more great releases for next year, and also looking forward to some more phenomenal products from the Ton community. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Aleksej. So we'll now have a panel, like before. We'll discuss and we'll have some questions for the community. I'm going to try and keep my questions short and sweet because apparently Lisa told me I rambled on too much. So I'll try and just keep the questions down to a minimum, and we'll have more time for community questions this time. So, yeah. Big round of applause for Aleksej again. Oh, so, some really, really awesome presentations there, guys. Thank you so much. Anthony, let's start with you. So you talked a lot about mini apps, the role they play in the ecosystem. How do you build a perfect mini app? What's the components?
Yeah, if you're talking about components and like kind of a perfect implementation of mini apps, I believe it's first of all about viral mechanics, right? Of course, you should build a use case for large user base, and it means that you need to avoid difficult terms, difficult definitions. You should simplify onboarding flow and many other stuff. But if you're talking about distribution, I believe it should be first of all about viral mechanics. You should think about how to use power of social messenger, Telegram. So you need to think how to engage friends, to interact with people in an application, how to invite new people and other stuff. So, and also, if you're talking about Telegram ads, for example, yeah, of course, right now it's could be really difficult to attract new developers, right? Because anyway, we should do a lot of stuff to simplify this onboarding flow. But when we're talking about viral mechanics, I have seen a lot of cases, especially at VK, when mini application can reach 1 million daily active users in one day. So it's because only viral mechanics, interesting game mechanics, and social mechanics. So yeah, and it means that I'm really eager to see such kind of things in our ecosystem. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be kind of a key factor of our mass adoption and other stuff.
Awesome. So build in referral systems, build in these viral systems that help people share projects into the application from the very, very start.
Yeah, definitely. And it should be kind of a core nature of dApps on Ton. And only with that you will be able to attract a lot of users into your application.
Yeah. Awesome. So I wanted to also ask a question I asked the other guys, because I know you're probably the closest person to use cases in the ecosystem and thinking about what are the best ones. We had from Steve stable coins, we had from Andrew, who also had some opinions there. So what in your mind is the best use cases for Ton? What's going to grow us?
Yeah, from my point of view, yeah, of course, peer-to-peer transactions and wallet itself are really great use case, because right now, major part of crypto people use crypto for payments and for peer-to-peer transactions, first of all, and for that we have wallet. But if we are talking about use cases, I believe that we should provide kind of financial services with a DeFi, but I would like to say we need to simplify DeFi, because it's really difficult to onboard new people and explain how does it work, API, wields and other stuff, so it's really difficult. And the last thing, I really like idea of gaming on Web3. But I'm not talking about typical GameFi, typical play-to-earn games. We should fix it, because it should be about fun, it should be about play, and then about monetization. And we should help developers build sustainable economics based on games, and it should be kind of profitable for developer or profitable for users too. But first of all, it should be about fun. So I believe in payments, simple DeFi services, and GameFi. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So, Ekin, I really loved your presentation. Honestly, like the positioning of social media as this way of harvesting attention is very, very kind of poignant in that presentation. Made a lot of sense. Attention is what's important. Actually, because the attention is what's making the platforms money, right? The ads that they can show to the people that have captured attention. So in many ways, like digital ads are actually the real kind of killer use case for the internet, right? They've kind of spawned and created these companies, mega companies, that are like some of the 3 or 4 or 5 of the top 10 companies in the world, just run ads, right? So how does something like Ton Society, where we've got an ID system built in there, how does that help to change, to remove that intermediary of those types of companies and make the, and allow businesses, projects to reach users in a different way?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Sorry, bit of a long-winded one there, but have a crack.
Yeah, so I think like if we look at the, I mean, it's completely right, like advertisement is the killer use case of the internet. Like all those large mega tech companies, I mean, they're basically running advertisement and being massively profitable because of that. But there is a thing observable in the industry, which is that the trust to these platforms has gone down. And at the same time, the trust towards influencers has gone up. And it's a symptomatic of this kind of, let's say, data abuse and profiling and selling stuff that you really don't need. So one of the facets of this is to remove the extra parts of data. So if you can profile yourself and produce data without putting the conscious effort on it, but you have a system that segments your profile so that it's difficult to connect these bizarre external data sets, if the rails are put in place in that way, that's going to automatically remove a lot of that power. And also, because you have a lock-in. So many of us know what's happened in certain media platforms to some of the very famous influencers. They have a lock-in there. So if they say something that the platform owner doesn't like, then they will be removed from the platform. Now, what the advantage, really what the killer app of like crypto social media is to say to these influencers, and we are saying to all the influencers and content creators right now, we are not going to have the ability to take away your profile, your audience, your voice. You will be judged for the content that you create, good or bad, but we will not make the judgment on that because we do not have the power. The profile is built into the wallet and the cryptographic keys and all the crypto stuff that is there, and that is something that you cannot take away. If a person follows that specific account, and that account is, for example, an NFT that is at your name, we cannot take that away. So this is the transformative power. And then when people are given, like influencers, for example, are given the chance to participate in a system where they risk constantly this, and they have to obey the rules, let's say, even if they don't like it, even if they disagree completely. It's an allure. It's a gravitational pull because freedom will prevail in that case, I think. And then the second part is that like advertisement, how it currently works is you as the product owner who wants to advertise your product to an audience, you pay the platform. So you pay the middleman. But what if, and this is what we are building, you would just pay directly the user. The middleman can be the influencer giving the message because they have a reach. But you just remove the tech, let's say, layer, the middleman layer from there, and just put everything in immutable smart contracts and all the data linked to entities that nobody else can control except you. So that's like why we think this is going to be a complete revolutionization of the advertisement industry.
Yeah, so it's like if you've got those badges, DeFi user, amazing gamer, a social butterfly, these badges, they kind of suggest an identity, right? But they're an identity based on your activity. And so if you can have an ecosystem that needs users, and we've got a whole ecosystem with Ton Society profiles that have used our projects and earned themselves different badges and collectibles, you can figure out ways to reach specific groups, segments of people. So the killer use case of advertising is like that targeting ability, all right? I can target all the fans of Paris Hilton, or I don't know why Paris Hilton was the first thing that came to mind there, but I can target a specific audience of people. This is how you do that without the advertising. You just give the rewards directly to the people that you want. If you're a DeFi protocol, you incentivize the DeFi user to use your protocol. You give them enough incentives to stick around and become sticky and build affinity with the program. And so that's how this develops, that Ton Society, Open League system becomes this way of replacing the need for advertising. Not necessarily replacing, more like taking a share of it, right? If I can advertise as well as paid users directly, and I know those users are real and I know they're valuable, and it makes sense for me to allocate some of my marketing spend to do that, right? Awesome. So, Aleksej, question for you. If you had to pick one or two major items out of that roadmap, which the builders should really be most excited with, which are they and why will they be important to builders?
Many developers are developing in different ways. So, and we need somehow to align this. So these two would be the pick maybe.
Awesome. So also you mentioned about the network and how it's never gone down. Ton network's never ever gone down, not once in its history, right? I wonder, for our viewers' kind of understanding, what does the core team, what role does the core team really have in like maintaining that consistent level of uptime?
Yeah, right. It's not happens automatically, absolutely. So we are doing some things which are not from outside are visible, and one of them is like internal testing. We are definitely testing a lot. This is a first layer of testing. Even before putting into a branch or in somewhere like testnet, we are carefully testing everything. Second layer would be a public testnet, which we are running always. And for us, it's not a big problem at all to roll back a feature which is not satisfying our criteria of quality, let's say. So, and some developers also, because testnet is public, they see it and they can see that some features might be rollbacked. Another thing, of course, our partners who are doing security checks, they're really very strict, and we have basically to react accordingly very quickly, and we basically fixing the bugs before we come to the public or become more common. And the last things, I would say, of course, Ton community, because these guys are also awesome, and they are also reporting very interesting features and bugs and patches. We're taking this into account seriously, and as soon as possible, we merge it to a master.
Okay, awesome. And then one final thing, and then we'll open up to questions from the community. So if you have a question for one of the guys up here, feel free to start lining up on the corner over there. But Aleksej, Ton browser, exciting. How does integrating all Ton network components into a single browser compare to something like Brave browser or Tor?
Okay, Brave browser, it's all about security, and Tor browser is all about privacy, right? So in Tor browser, we include both, at least, and moreover, we include some more, something like identity and verification. And basically, Tor browser will be like a gateway to ideal Web3, I would say, because in ideal free, everything has to be seamlessly, and where the only one source of your identity, is I'm highlighting here, is your private key, and which is you are getting out of the box immediately in the Tor browser.
Awesome. Thank you.
One more thing, by the way, Tor browser is working on the Onion protocol, right? On the Onion routing.
Right.
And, sorry, Tor browser, right? I said, correct? Yeah, Tor browser. And in Tor browser, we are about to use garlic routing, which is counted as a more advanced next step, let's say, and much better improved.
So it's from onion to garlic. That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, guys, any questions for our panel guests for this one? There's one over there. Lisa, can we get this guy a mic? Lisa, you there? Lisa? I'll ask one more question while we're waiting. But Ekin, so what do you think are the kind of benefits for this pay with Ton Society? This whole pay users to use approach. What would you say are the benefits there?
Well, it's a simple question, because would you rather pay a social media company, publicly listed, or the real users? If I have a platform, I'd honestly pay rather the users.
Yeah.
Because they're closer to me than a gargantuan tech company.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So if you've got the technology that can show that is a real user and a valuable one, then why not just pay them directly to use?
Yeah, exactly. And also it's a better system, because the user knows that the data they produce, it's transparent, they can obtain it, blockchain is open. So they see what kind of connections they've made, and it's ethically better.
Cool. Thank you. So I think we've got one question over there. Thanks for coming up. Let's hear it.
Hi, everyone. I'm from Tunnel Network. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Aleksej, for mentioning us. Actually, not shockingly, my concern is about privacy, and I want to know, is anyone in the Ton Foundation and also in Telegram are concerned about, the fact that, from previous presentation, we heard that we will have more than 500 million users, which is mostly, will be definitely Telegram users. So those users, as the path that I'm seeing right now, their privacy will be 100% compromised, because, as you know, Ekin presented their Ton Society idea. They are basically getting the data out of one person, for example, Facebook hands or Twitter's hand, and kind of distributing it to everyone that has a basic knowledge of indexing a blockchain and their events. So, for example, if I use, we all, I think, use the Telegram numbers, and the fact that those NFTs are linked with our social identity and also blockchain identity, and this trend that we are seeing, which is really great to onboard more and more Telegram users. But my concern is on the TVM level and on the Ton core level. Are we really thinking about the privacy of those 500 million users, and the fact that anyone can see that, for example, @X has its X balance, and, for example, those NFTs, and has this social network of financial network of users that, for example, that person probably is related with that person because they are financially correlated. So are we going to solve that in the application or the app layer, or is it something that from the, for example, the TF and the wallet side should fix that there?
That's a really fantastic question. Awesome question. And I guess I'll let you guys jump in as well, but if I can just take this one for a minute. So the beauty of the profile is being on the blockchain and having all of these collectibles is you can just create another account that's not linked to a Ton Society profile. And that can be where you do your majority of the transactions. It's opt-in. You decide what you show there. You decide what activities you do that's going to be on your profile. You know that profile is going to be public, so you get to decide how you profile yourself. Whereas with social media companies, they don't give you that opportunity. They profile you independently of whether you want to do it or not. So I'd say that's the difference there. There is a privacy concern, but we believe that some users will opt to do that and some users won't. But that's totally their prerogative. They can do that or they can't. It's up to them. So I think that's the difference here, is we're giving the options to users, and if users want to maintain their privacy, they don't have to participate.
Yeah, from my point of view, I would like to add 2 cents. I believe that we should have a balance. Yes, of course, if privacy, I mean, blockchain is a transparent thing, first of all, right? A transparent technology. And of course, we can ask people if you want to care about your transparency, if you care about your ability to check your balances and other stuff. So maybe you should think about how to manage different accounts, different wallets and other stuff. But it's quite complicated, right, for Web2 users. And we should think about, we should have a balance. We should provide us different instruments and tools to keep your assets, safety, and other stuff. So I have no proper answer right now and proper solution for that. But anyway, we'll think about it. And anyway, we should think about this balance between user-friendly interface and the user experience and security and privacy. So yeah, definitely we should think about that.
Yeah, maybe I can also add on the Ton Society platform development side. I know the right people to talk about it are not here on the stage, but we've had definitely discussions, extensive discussions, because we understand the responsibility on designing this kind of platform that it has an implication for privacy. As a general stance, the system that is open will be better than a closed system because anybody can evaluate transparently. And also when we say this thing to you guys openly, we want to engage everybody in the community to that discussion so that we can generate a product that people are comfortable and secure using so that they don't have the same issues that they've had with the existing social media platforms. So totally agree with that. So it's a big responsibility and we will take into account, and we will also generate those tools and processes that ensure that privacy is respected where the community wants the privacy to be respected.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Is there any other questions there?
One more.
Hello, I'm Eugene Trifonov, writing for the Daily Ton Telegram channel and some other outlets. And my question is that it was very interesting to hear the announce of the Ton browser, but I'm not sure I imagine it correctly. So if you can share a bit more details at this stage, it would be interesting to hear that. And what comes to my mind when I hear Ton browser is like Brave browser, which is Chromium-based, but with a cryptocurrency wallet integrated, so you can use crypto with no extensions like MetaMask, but like Ton-specific, so I imagine that will be not only wallet, but also like Ton proxy enabled by default, so you can open Ton sites just like in a regular browsers without the extensions that are like an obstacle for casual users now. Do I get it right or not?
Yes, actually you are right, but I cannot share here too much right now. Just be patient. But you are right. It will be it will have integrated storage, proxy, the wallet, of course, all these technologies, and you will be just having them out of the box.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. So we're going to conclude this session, the Pathways session. We have another break now. It's an hour long. So use this opportunity to check off a few items from the community bot, Gateway Bingo. Go and get some merch. Visit all the booths in the exhibition area and engage in in discussions with the rest of our community here about these pathways, because we need your feedback. You have an hour and it starts now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
This is an incredible scene. Exactly a year ago, I was here in Dubai at our Ton event, but it was a much smaller scale. So it's really incredible to see so many of you here with us today. Whether you've been with us for a while or you're new to our ecosystem, we welcome you. I'm thrilled to take you on a journey through our achievements over the past year and give you a glimpse of our future. And let's get right into it. We started out this year with our first ever global hackathon, which attracted hundreds of developers and resulted in more than 200 submissions. We also organized and attended offline events in 14 key markets where Telegram has a strong user base and where the Builders community is active, such as in Turkey, Portugal, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Korea, India, just to name a few. Now, Telegram is more than just a messaging app. It has evolved to offer mini apps. We've got the users on Telegram, but they want more mini apps, which is why we will continue to attract more mini app developers. As part of our efforts, we also organize various developer meetups and community meetups in various countries globally this year. We use this opportunity to showcase what we're building and what Web3 and Telegram looks like. Well, unfortunately, it's difficult for us to physically be at every country, so we're extremely grateful that our community and partners have also hosted self-initiated events to help expand our growth and extend our impact. So I'm sure you're probably sick of this chart already. You've probably seen it a few times, but it's important. Telegram has over 800 million monthly active users, and realistically, it's probably closer to the 1 billion mark today. On the chart on your right-hand side, you'll see that while Telegram has users spread across globally, 37% of the user base is in Asia, which is important, and I'll get into more details later. And unlike you and me here today, the majority of Telegram users are not familiar with Web3, which makes our next steps extremely crucial. We aim to continue onboard them from Telegram to Ton ecosystem. And luckily for us, we have a powerful tool, which is the wallet in Telegram. And as we continue to roll this out to more users globally, we anticipate a seamless onboarding experience for the users. But onboarding is just the beginning. Once they're in, they need a reason to stay, which is why having many mini apps becomes extremely important. The concept of mini apps within a messaging app isn't new. We've all seen the success stories already. Our vision is clear: to make Ton and Telegram the go-to platform for a seamless and enriching Web3 experience. Now, this has obviously been a big year for Toncoin. Because of our growth in our ecosystem, more and more people are discussing about Ton. And as a result, there has been a notable surge in demand among investors, which is why this year, many exchanges have decided to list Toncoin, making Toncoin even more accessible to users worldwide. And as I mentioned earlier, the majority of Telegram users are not familiar with Web3. Therefore, as we continue to roll out the wallet in Telegram to more users, we expect to see a large influx of first-time crypto users to our ecosystem. And therefore, we're dedicated to offer even more accessible and convenient on-ramp solutions. I'm pleased to announce that some of the largest payment gateways have already integrated and supported Ton. We expect to make this transition for Telegram users as easy as possible from Web 2 to Web 3. We see Asia as one of our core areas of growth for both developers and users. And I know what you're thinking. And no, it's not because I'm Asian. As we see previously, 37% of Telegram's user base are in Asia. Now, recognizing the strategic importance of this Asian market, we've partnered with some of the best cloud providers in the region to provide the necessary tools and infrastructure to the developers. The reason is simple. Asia, and China in particular, has a deep understanding of the concept of mini apps within a messaging app. They use it on a daily basis. We've also seen the success stories in other Asian countries, such as Taiwan, Korea, India, and many Southeast Asian countries. And we believe they will play a huge part in the Telegram Web3 ecosystem. And we will continue to provide the necessary tool and resources to nurture our growth. Which is why we have partnered with industry leaders who understand our approach with Web3 and Telegram, and with great experience with the Asian markets. Mexi Ventures, which is a fund under the broader Mexi group, has recently invested 8 figures into Toncoin, which makes it the largest investment it has ever committed to any layer 1 blockchain. They have also invested in several Ton ecosystem projects, such as Megaton, Fanzi, and Tonplay, and they will continue to do so. And soon, in a couple of days, Mexi Exchange will be launching a new lending product, which allows you to stake your Toncoin to borrow other crypto assets, which is amazing. BitExchange is another supportive partner of us who is very creative when it comes to helping our ecosystem. In addition to launching a Ton options product, it is also the only exchange that accepts Toncoin as a payment for trading fees. And users who choose to do that will receive a 10% discount off of their fees, which adds in another unique utility for Toncoin. Both of these partners have great experience with the Asian markets, and we're extremely grateful that they're here to assist us with our Asian expansion plan. Next, I want to discuss with you the importance and the crucial role that investors play in our ecosystem. Investors are not just contributors, but vital supporters of our ecosystem growth. They bring their wealth of experience and expertise in various fields and markets, which adds in a lot of valuable insights to our ecosystem. And us as the foundation, we're dedicated to provide the tools to attract more investors and retain these investors for them to continue to participate in our ecosystem. Large token holders and investors need a safe place to keep their crypto assets. And while self-custody is available, some of the investors would actually prefer to custody with third-party custodians. Therefore, a significant development this year was Copper's support for Toncoin custody. This gives investors the opportunity and the option to custody their Toncoin, as well as using the tools to interact with Ton DeFi protocols or stake with validator pools. In addition, Jetons are also supported for custody, which removes the hurdle that investors typically face when investing in these assets. We will continue to provide investors with confidence to engage, participate within our ecosystem. As we continue to grow to become one of the largest and most influential ecosystem in blockchain, we understand the need to adopt proper risk management practices. We are dedicated to securing and safeguarding our community. And this year, we have taken steps to significantly increase our security measures. we've enlisted in Chainalysis crypto incident response program, as well as partnering with Elliptic for data analysis and enhance our ecosystem security. With this, we'll be able to identify and rule out any bad actors within our ecosystem. In addition, these precautions, these precautions also position us more favorably in markets where there are strict regulations towards blockchain technology. By maintaining compliance with regulators, we open up more opportunity to offer TON to new markets and new users. As we wrap up today, I want to give you a glimpse of what lies ahead. With all the pieces in place, more builders will come, more users will come, and more investors will come. So what's next? First, we'll continue to drive more traffic to Telegram mini apps. And Telegram App Center will play a crucial role in helping Telegram users browse through the array of mini apps that are available within Telegram. Second, we're making Telegram ads available to TON projects for projects to better target their audience more effectively. And this is a very powerful tool that recently our TON community channel has used Telegram ads, and in the past 7 days, its subscribers has increased by over 150%. Third, we'll be gearing up builders and users to our ecosystem. As we continue on this journey, we are committed to creating a thriving environment where innovation and collaboration develop. And that's my time for today. Now I'll hand it over to John, who will give you more details of our plans and progress in China. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, so address that call. Okay. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Zhang from China. Our oriental country far away from here. So let me start from a simple question. How many people here have never been to China before? Please raise your hand up. Okay, I have a gift from China. Maybe just give you. Yeah, the person behind you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a gift from my hometown. Yeah, Hangzhou. Yeah, now you have more reasons to visit China later, right? Okay, yeah, I'm very glad to introduce our effort in the Greater China area in building the Web3 ecosystem in Telegram and for citing the ownership for everyone. Firstly, we know that China has created many tech giants since the Web 2.0 era. Our team in Greater China has built 3 important partnerships with Chinese tech giants so far. Yeah, you can see their name here. Yeah, so, some town nodes are running on Tencent and Alibaba Cloud, and they offer discount cloud credits and convenient tools for developers. The second largest Chinese gaming company, which is NetEase Gaming, their Web3 gaming studio, Metalist, are ready to launch their first Web3 game on TON and Telegram next month. They all have a big influence on common Chinese developers interested in the TON blockchain. Regarding the metric, there is a 133% increase in the number of Chinese-speaking developers in the past 1 year. More than 10 Chinese-speaking teams have completed deployment on TON blockchain. Let me give you some examples. The first one is Tape Fantasy. It's a heavy MMORPG game which deployed on Telegram, Gamebot, and the TON blockchain. It's ready to officially launch next week, so you can try it next week. Its 1 week web test version get nearly 10,000 players in Telegram. And there is a very important metric here. Half of their test version players were invited by their Telegram contacts. So here is Red Tongue. It is an algorithm recommendation-based content feed and quest feed mini app with token incentive for readers in Telegram. Its co-team, its co-founder are from TikTok. Yeah, we also have an example integrated with AI. Astrology bot is a good example of a mini app integrated with GPT 4.0. All working and images here in this bot are produced by AI to predict your luck. Eastside is an old Web3 project, but gets a new friendly user experience after integration with Telegram bot and Tongue. You can sign an agreement with your contact in the chat box of the Telegram. Even for DeFi sector, MoveX introduced an interesting gaming experience into trading crypto, so it can attract more ordinary people in Telegram to become crypto traders with friends with fun. And 3 Chinese projects get our grants. Two of them are games, and 2 projects got Tongue Coins Fund investment. One IDO of the project on the new Tongue Launchpad, which is Tongue app, has finished. Tap Fantasy Tongue version utility token financed all 8,000 Tongue coins in 32 minutes. Tongue app was the first project developed in text language and finished the whole deployment in 1 month. And they financed several million US dollars to start their future DeFi journey on Tongue blockchain. And here, I want to give a big thanks to Tongue X Studios founder, Dr. Austin Dodge, who started to preach Tongue blockchain in Asia from 2020. So they are not only a node service provider for Tongue blockchain, but also develop a lot of infrastructure tools and education materials for Tongue developers, especially for Chinese-speaking developers. Today is Austin Dodge's 30-year-old birthday, so let's welcome him to say some words about his experience with Tongue blockchain. Let's welcome.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, today is my 30 years of birthday, and I joined. And I have joined crypto for already 10 years, since 2013. And now, in the year 2021, I have go deep in Tongue Coin. Yeah, I have already spent 3 years to work with Tongue Core team. Also, I think all of the Tongue Core team. Yeah, like Kirill, Lulong, and Kirill A, and Alex, and all of you. Yeah, and Dr. Elias. Yeah, thanks for you all for helping me. Yeah, I learned a lot. And I am really thanks for Tongue Foundation for helping us to make all of the things. And I'm going to build Tongue Studio and to make all the things more better and help all the developer to onboarding in Asia and also Chinese market, and also helping Zhang, yeah, to make Tongue great again. That's our mission. Yeah, thanks of all.
Hey, clicker. Wait a minute. Clicker. Okay. Thank you. Let's go back to my presentation. This year, Hong Kong promotes its crypto-friendly policy in the Greater China area. Tongue also show up in the Hong Kong Web3 Festival held by HashiKey. We just finished signing the cooperation with HashiKey regarding an incubation bootcamp for Chinese developers in the next 6 months. And my colleague Ian, the leader of Tonscan Fund, will announce it officially tomorrow on this stage. So, and the next Gateway conference will possibly be held in Hong Kong next April. This shows us demonstrate building a Web3 ecosystem in Telegram by providing use cases that Chinese developers can relate to and leverage. All above growth and accomplishments are achieved in a very difficult context. Maybe you know, no Chinese users in mainland can normally access any international social network, including Telegram app. China mainland enforce strict internet censorship. Therefore, stuff related to pong, gamble, drug, this kind of bad words move to international messengers. So, and the political atmosphere is intensifying. Last year we have student protests, we have new counter-spy law, missing high-level officials, penalty on Chinese developers who work for foreign company through GitHub, which are all related to our work in China. So crypto trading and mining is normally forbidden in mainland China with a forgiving policy, and we can't promote very publicly in mainland China, where most developers are. But we also have some unique advantages compared to the other blockchains in China. The country's familiarity with mini app, thanks to WeChat's ecosystem, can ease the integration of town blockchain solutions. China has already experienced the mini app cycle integrated once. Mini app solutions were initiated by Chinese in 2017, and today most Chinese people use mini app every day in China. Today, China is the second largest economy and developer community in the world. If crypto vision comes true someday, which is somehow de-dollarization, China must play a key role. Hong Kong-friendly policy, crypto policy, is allowed by the mainland central government, which means some Chinese people can buy crypto through Hong Kong, compliant crypto exchange in some ways. Actually, these some people mean a big number of rich people due to China's high population. Hong Kong's crypto-friendly stand, backed by the Beijing, will provide a gateway for vast liquidity and capital inflow, making it a pivot of crypto activities in the Greater China area, just like traditional financial assets in the past. Our vision in China is to become the second most important developer and investor language community of town. Our mission, while ensuring utmost security against potential regulatory crackdown, we are empowering Chinese-speaking Web3 developers, facilitating their global access via mini apps, and fostering an understanding of town ecosystem for potential investors. For the next year, the incubation build camp with Hashkey, Hong Kong conference, and more Chinese developer education and offline meetup will be our focus. In our journey with the Chinese-speaking market, I found that town ecosystem today mirrors China mainland's economy in 1978. Back then, despite its high population and limited capital, our leader, Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, proposed his basic principle of a policy called less bidding and hiding, and today China became the second largest economy in the world. A famous Chinese movie called Lion, Tigers, Hidden Jungles holds the exact same traditional Chinese philosophy. So let's pay more attention, pay more patience in the Chinese-speaking market in the short term, but hold positive expectation in the long run. Just like what Bruce Lee said before, be water, my friend. Thank you.
John, great presentation. And great ending there as well. Flowing water does not compete. Love that. So next up, we're going to go straight into the partner session. The partners are the people who really consistently support us. They work hand in hand with us and contribute to our growth, our success. And so the first partner we're going to welcome up onto the stage is Kirill from Orbs. Give a big hand for Tao, guys.
Hello? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, so the topic for today, and I promise you it's one of the most pressing and important topics for Ton, is Ton and the future of on-chain liquidity. So first, if you don't know me, my name is Tal. I'm the co-founder of Orbs. I think one of the first official ambassadors of Ton. I'm a mentor on the DeFi.org accelerator. I've been in crypto professionally since 2015. I've been following and involved with Ton ever since the very beginning. I read the white paper when it just came out, and I was fascinated by the technology. Very much involved with the ecosystem now, and I'm based in London. So the first takeaway I want you to have from this talk is that we and many industry leaders believe that the next bull run is going to be on-chain. And this is quite unique because when a bull run happens, there's a lot of trade volume. And all of this trade volume used to happen on sexes. And we believe that this is going to change in the next one. And there are many evidence that support this. One of them, for example, is the maturity of on-chain trading. So if people want to trade base assets, and base assets is things like Bitcoin, Ether, all the top 10 assets in CoinMarketCap, they could go to a SEX to do it. This is what most of them do. But what we can see now that if you look at the few years that's going on, that the trade volume on Coinbase and on Uniswap, which is an on-chain DEX, are kind of the same. And this shows us that the chain can literally take all of this trade volume and support it really well for many years. So there's no issue there. We are mature for that. Now, there's something interesting that you don't see off-chain, you don't see in sexes, and this is the access to alt assets. Now, what are the alt assets? Alt assets is, for example, the new meme coin that I want to publish, or even assets that are not really tokens. For example, I don't know if any of you have heard of Friendtech. Friendtech, what people trade is something that is not a token. It's not an NFT, and it's not a fungible token. They trade access to keys. Now, these strange assets, you can't list them in a regular centralized exchange. Okay? And the latest meme coins are not listed on exchanges. They're only found on chain. And the users who want access to these new assets, these assets that you can buy and make 100x of, they only do so on chain. From a regulatory perspective, and I'm a tech guy, I'm not a lawyer, you see also a very big crackdown on CeFi in the last couple of years. Okay, the SEC is going after Coinbase, the SEC is going after, the CFTC is going after Binance. So there's a lot of regulatory problems with CeFi today. And on DeFi, we see things that are much more lenient. And the reason is that there is much less counterparty risk in DeFi because users do self-custody. There's no counterparty risk. So the regulators feel less importance to be involved in what's happening there. Moreover, we see, for example, that many US crypto enthusiasts today are now barred for most CeFi venues, and they can only trade on DeFi. And the last thing is counterparty risk, and it's a big one. And nobody believed how big it would be until we saw FTX and Celsius happens. Okay, we saw billions lost, and we saw funds misappropriated. And when you hold your funds in a custodial exchange, you don't know what your custodian does with it. And we saw that the number 2 exchange in the world misappropriated funds for users, and users got hurt. And we don't have that on chain. Okay, and on chain, we can have self-custody. So let's say that we want to be prepared for the next bull run, and we believe also that the bull run is going to happen on chain. What can we do to help it happen? How can we facilitate the next bull run to happen on chain? So to answer that, we first need to know what keeps users off chain today. And one of the big things that keep user off chain, why do they like the sexes? One of them is that the on-chain user experience is still behind. If you ever try to use MetaMask or any other self-custody solutions, you know that it's difficult, very, very complicated for the average retail user. Okay, you need to back up a recovery phrase when you start doing it, and you always try to skip it, and now it doesn't let you skip it because nobody writes it down. And users always forget their passwords, and God forbid you forgot your key phrase, what's going to happen? You're going to lose all your funds. I tried to send a friend of mine USDT. He tried to send it to somebody else, and he didn't have any gas to pay. So then you have to explain to them, oh, I need to send you another coin that you need to pay gas with because the token that you wanted is not usable without it. Okay, browser extensions, most retail users, like my mom, will never understand what that is. It's not something that they're used to installing. And if you ever try to have a self-custody wallet, both on your desktop, on your mobile, and have them interconnect reliably, you know that this is just wonky. It never works properly. Okay, so these are problems that plagued on-chain for a while now. And the biggest news in this domain, I think, is in Ton. And this is something very exciting. We had Andrew discuss it in length, so I won't keep too much on this. But the wallet has a non-custodial wallet. And this UX experience is in the best, most polished UX app for retail users that we have, which is Telegram. And it's going to be soon in the pockets for every user. And all of the problems that I showed before are solved. So we're there. We're already there now. But Telegram, it seems, is not only a venue for Ton. If we see, but the entirety of the crypto industry is actually on Telegram. The users of all cryptos on all chains mostly have their groups on Telegram. And we can see Telegram becoming the venue for Web3. The degens are trading on Telegram now. One of the members of my team, he's a guy from the US, and he's a degen. He likes to buy the latest meme coins. And if you ask him today where this degen, US-based degen, buys their tokens today, they do it on Telegram with bots like Unibot Sniper or with Maestro. So people like Telegram, and the crypto industry loves Telegram. So what is the second reason that keeps users off-chain? Okay, the second thing that we need to fix. And the second thing is that on-chain prices are not always competitive. So why is that? The primary or the first reason is that on-chain liquidity is very fragmented. If you try to trade something on a DEX, you often see that, oh, you can't even find that token. It's not traded in this DEX. What do? I will stop using this venue if it's not there. Or if it is, you can see that if you start trading, you see that the price impact is 20%. And if you try to trade $1,000 and you change the price by so much, you see that the liquidity is not there. And when users get hit with prices that are different from the fair market price by such a margin, this venue is not competitive at all. The users are not going to stay there. Why is that? Is because attracting TVL and liquidity to DEXs is super hard. Okay, you know that liquidity is not loyal. It's all based on liquidity rewards, and you need to bribe the liquidity providers with incentives. And when the incentives stop, they just move to the next chain. So keeping TVL is really, really, really hard. Not only that, today, in the high interest macro economy situation that we have, interest rates are so high that to earn 6% over the trading fees as a liquidity provider, when I can just keep my money and buy US treasuries and earn the same much without any DeFi risks, is much, much easier. So getting liquidity on chain is hard. And lastly, where are the market makers? And market makers is a big, big topic. I want to dedicate a slide to it. So what are market makers? If you look at the exchange business, and I'm talking about the SEX exchange business, like crypto trading in the last 15 years, you see that the biggest players it's usually a retail user that wants to buy crypto, and usually a market maker that sells it. So there's around 10 market makers that do most of the trading in the world. They do most of the volumes, they exist on all of the exchanges, now on many of the chains, and they have inventory everywhere, and when somebody wants to trade, they trade with them. So these market makers have evolved from traditional stock markets. They like working with order books, and they don't like the chain. They don't like on-chain trading, and they hate DEXs. The reason for that is, number one, they want an order book, and an order book works in a very specific way. In an order book, when you change an order, for example, if the price of Bitcoin changes every 5 seconds, you need to update all of your orders. Now, if they do this on chain, they need to send transactions and they pay fees. Now, they only get paid, their business model is when a trade happens. So just updating orders constantly is not viable for them. So they won't pay any fees to update orders. So the entire on-chain model doesn't work for them. Moreover, if they lose some inventory in one place, if they sold it, they have to cancel an order immediately somewhere else because they list all the inventory everywhere. And when it's sold, they need to remove it. Now, in many chains, it takes 15 seconds to have a block confirm. Now, these timings just don't work for market makers. They need to do high-frequency instructions, again, something that on-chain trading is not good for. And they spend a lot of money, and they don't know how to do it, bidding on MEV and gas in order to get their transactions in. So on-chain trading is not really cut out for market makers. And here is where we kind of come in. So one of the things that Orbs does is a product called Liquidity Hub. And this product is now in production. You can go play with it. And the first partner that we did it is actually not on Ton. It's on EVM. And it's with a DEX on Polygon called QuickSwap. It's the largest DEX on Polygon. And here we have a user on Polygon that goes to the DEX and wants to swap, to buy something on the AMM. So what we do now, on every trade that happens on QuickSwap, before the trade goes into the QuickSwap DEX, what we do is we see our contract looks at the price that the user would get on the DEX. And then our system actually routes and requests quotes from two places. One of these places is a solver auction. I don't know if you've heard of UniswapX, but UniswapX allows solvers, which are contracts or companies, they can go and find routes that are more efficient, either on the same chain by going through other DEXs, or across multiple chains if you want to harbor liquidity from other chains. So we go to these solvers that exist, and we make an auction between them and see if any of them can beat the DEX price. The other side is attracting market makers, because market makers have most of the trade volume in the CeFi world. And we need to bring them into the game. And the way we bring them into the game is that we built an order book system that doesn't have any fees. It's not a blockchain per se. We can do this because Orbs is a decentralized L3 layer that we can control the fee structure of what we build. We augment existing chains to build these things. So the market makers now can plug into this. And what our system does is it translates this auction to run on chain. So market makers work on this just like they work on KuCoin or Binance or Coinbase. They don't care that eventually the trades happen on chain. So we abstract all of this complexity away. And if they can quote a better price for the user than what the user gets on the DEX, the trade gets traded through them, the trade gets routed through them, user gets a better price, and everybody earns a little bit of fees and everybody's happy. Now, what the impact of this solution is insane. Now, most of the trades on Polygon, on QuickSwap, have now started routing through this, because it turns out it's really easy to beat the DEX prices. And why is that? Because the DEX has a small amount of TVL. QuickSwap only have $100 million TVL, only. But on Polygon, there are other DEXs as well, like Uniswap and Sushi, and they have 800 TVL. Now, when you have liquidity that is 8-fold as big, you can get prices that are better if you route through this liquidity. But it's not only all the TVL available on Polygon, it's all the liquidity available on all other chains, because we do cross-chain too, which is 11 billion. And not only that, it's connected to CeFi as well, to all the exchanges. And that means another 110 billion. So we took a DEX that had a TVL of 100 million, and we effectively gave it a TVL of 118 billion. This means that the prices that users get on this DEX are competitive with Binance. Okay, and this DEX can compete, and it couldn't before now. So the problem of pricing has effectively been solved. And this changes the perspective to the entire DEX business, because the mentality of the DEX business was that yesterday TVL was king. The best DEXs were the DEXs with the best TVL. And this reality is changing all over the industry. And today, volume is king. Now, this is critical for Ton. This change is critical, because Ton is not good at TVL. Let's not kid ourselves. Okay, the total TVL that we have on Ton now is like a few dozens of millions. That's it. And it's really difficult to bring because we need to give incentives and we need to bribe and we need to pay, and it's expensive and we don't like doing that. But we don't need to do that because we can win. And we can win because the winners are the one who have the users, the retail users who are going to trade. and the retail users are on Telegram, and Telegram is using Ton. So I'm very optimistic about the positioning of Ton in the entire on-chain trading industry. And I really believe that Ton is going to be the leader in the next 2 years. Now, Orbs works with many DEXs outside of Ton. Orbs technology is currently implemented in production in QuickSwap, which is the largest DEX on Polygon, in Tuna, which is the second largest on BNB chain, SwikieSwap, the largest on Phantom, BaseSwap on Base Chain, Kronos on Arbitrum, Pangolin, many of them on Avalanche. So we're pretty much everywhere. And I'm very happy to announce that the next big project we're working on is with StonFi in Ton. So StonFi has a very cool product that works exactly in this way, and it's called OmniSton. This is an RFQ protocol that instead of routing trades just through the TVL on the DEX, it allows external participants, market makers, to give quotes. And this is exactly the protocol that we hook into. So we are bringing all of the market makers that we work with on the EVM side and working in production to start trading on Ton now through StonFi. So this is a very exciting collaboration. Now, I want to finish the fourth essay of my talk by mentioning another important thing, because we do want to facilitate the next bull run, and it's going to happen on-chain. And to do that, we need to remember what on-chain is all about. And on-chain is all about decentralization. So this is another topic that is very close to my heart, personally. And one of our contributions, Orbs contributions, which are not business contributions, everywhere we work, like you saw our business model is liquidity aggregation. But everywhere we contribute, I'm pretty sure that most of you, if you're in the Ton ecosystem for long, you've seen many things that we built in Orbs. And we don't build these products to make money. We build these products to build a stronger ecosystem. And I want to mention a few areas that we focus on, and most of these assets are to turn Ton into a strong decentralized ecosystem, because this is where we believe the future lies. First area is self-custody. So self-custody, the first thing I want to mention is not ours, but it's Ton Space inside wallet. This is the next big thing. But what our humble contribution to helping self-custody is by building Ton Access. Ton Access is an Orbs product. It's a free product. Anyone can use it. And it basically guarantees every user that wants to use a dApp and they need access with RPC nodes, API nodes to the chain without an API key. So every dApp building on Ton can have no API key. They can be completely decentralized. API keys are something that is centralized. You don't want them in your dApps. So Ton Access gives it for free to everybody on Ton. So if you're building a project, you're building a dApp, use Ton Access to connect your users to the chain. Another point I want to mention is that Ton needs to work on its cross-chain interop. Okay, the trusted bridge is still in its early days. We have the trustless bridge, which is Ton Teleport. I'm very excited about that. This is a game changer. If we build this right, this is going to change the roadmap of Ton and the perception of Ton in the entire industry. We need to bring connectivity to all chains, and we need to bring connectivity to all assets. This is something that we haven't done so far, and this is something that should be very much in the focus of the Ton roadmap. Two last areas of decentralization is governance. Another Orbs project that we have contributed is Ton Vote. Okay, we believe that all projects on Ton should be DAOs. Okay, these should not be centralized projects. These should be projects controlled by their communities. And the way the communities influence what happens in these projects is by voting and governance proposals. So we've built another free service for all of Ton, which is Ton Vote. Even the Ton Foundation runs some of its own governance votes, which are community votes, on Ton Vote. So if you have a DAO, if you have a dApp that you're building on Ton, please come and for free build your own Ton Vote space, connect your Gton or your NFT, and all of your users could vote on any proposal for free, just based on how much of your token they hold. A real DAO, very easy, already working in production. And the last topic is auditability. It's very important in a decentralized ecosystem to have transparency. And one of the things, as a person who's been in crypto for many years, one of the things in Ethereum, which is like the biggest, most decentralized virtual machine out there, supposedly, if you see, when I want to use a smart contract, I want to see the source code of this contract. A smart contract is a legal agreement between me and whoever built it. And if I want to read it today, I need to go to Etherscan. And Etherscan is a centralized company. So all the people who want to read smart contracts on Ethereum go through a centralized company today that owns all the source code, which is kind of ridiculous. And this is the thing, when we joined Ton and we decided to build it right. So another cool contribution that we made is verifier.on.org. And this is a project that lets everybody who built a smart contract on Ton, whether it's in fancy or intact, upload the source code and get an official verification that the source code matches what's compiled on chain. So every user, before they use a smart contract, should effectively go to verifier and make sure that they know exactly what they're signing. That's it. That's my time for today, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Tao. Incredible presentation from Orbs, who's one of our diamond sponsors here today. Yeah, give a hand for our diamond sponsors. Give a hand. Love to hear it. Love to see it. We have another diamond sponsor who is now going to present. Gunnar is going to join us from Tonscan and give us a little update on the product there. Thank you, Gunnar. Everyone give a big hand for Gunnar.
Hello. Happy to see so many of you still here. Welcome. As he said, my name is Gunnar. I'm Norwegian, so it's technically Gunnar, but I gave up having foreigners pronounce it right, so now it's Gunnar. I'd love to tell you a bit about our new product, Tonscan.com. I was going to say next slide, please, but I have the power. I should have pressed that earlier. No, okay, you've got to watch the nice animation. Isn't it nice? I'd like to tell you about Tonscan.com. This is our first product in the Ton space, and we've built an Explorer. And the philosophy, the reason why we would build an Explorer is we thought there's something a bit missing with the things that are there already. Like, it's called Explorer, but often it's very much you go there because you want to look up an address. You go there because you're waiting for that transaction to arrive. It's not as much about exploring as it is just looking things up. We really wanted to build an Explorer where you could go and kind of get things a bit demystified, get complicated things explained to you, but also that you could kind of get new insights. And even if you come there without one particular address or transaction in mind, there will be kind of places you could go, things you could find from starting from nothing, essentially. So I'll spend most of the time talking a bit about Tonscan.com, but before, I'd like to briefly mention who we are. This product is a collaboration between two companies, Bastion and Bakkenbaeck, which is a company I represent. This is a partnership. We've been working together for about 9 months now. This year, maybe the last 5-6 months we spent on the Explorer. We also have some other things in the works that you'll see later, but you might not have heard of either of these companies before. Bastion, you have seen the logo today. If you see here on the side, Bastion is one of the diamond sponsors. Bastion is the leading institutional custodian and staking provider for the Ton network. By the end of the year, they hope to have 200 million tons staked for institutional customers. Based in Switzerland, trying to generally provide good things for the Ton community and the Ton network. Building infrastructure like this Explorer that I'm showing today, and also a few other things, as I said. Bakkenbaeck, this is my company. I'm the CTO of Bakkenbaeck. We partnered with Bastion on this one. We're a digital design and development agency. We're mainly in Europe, headquartered in Norway, but also in Germany, Amsterdam, Barcelona, and London. We work on lots of different things for different companies you might have heard of. We picked two here. We worked this year. We launched, we helped Phantom rebrand, and they launched a new brand this year, generally helping them get a bit more human and a bit more friendly. This is something that we keep coming back to. We specialize in kind of making complicated and technical things accessible for the many. We try to apply this to crypto whenever we want, whenever we can. We also worked with Coinbase before, working directly with Brian Armstrong. I actually led this project. We built the first version of Coinbase Custody back in the day when that launched. We also helped Coinbase build an early version of the Coinbase wallet. So for a period of about 4 years, we worked really closely with Coinbase and with Brian. Yeah, as I said, this is our first Ton project, but I'm really excited to see all the things happening here, so I hope it's not our last. So, a bit about Tonscan.com. As I said, we try to build it for exploration, so it's not just go and look at the address you know already exists. We really try to make it possible to go there and see, learn about new things, learn about nominators, learn about validation, learn about all the different things. It's very much, obviously, explorers remain a bit technical, so it's built by developers, for developers. It is very fast. Digging into some of the features. Of course, as I said, Bakkenbaeck is a design agency as well as a development agency. So design is very crucial to everything we do, and we really specialize in this, making complicated things kind of accessible through good user experience and good design. So we think Tonscan.com is beautiful. I hope you like it too. And we really specialize in trying to make it kind of also for non-technical people. I mean, Ton is nice, but can sometimes be overwhelming if you're a non-technical person. As the core team told us earlier, everyone loves TLB. We try to apply good design and sensibilities to kind of hide some of these complexities for normal users. Of course, transactions is crucial. We built an index of everything that happened on the Ton blockchain, going back to the very beginning. Indexing all the transactions. Here's, on the left here, you see something that isn't live today, but is coming very soon. Of course, the asynchronous nature of Ton is really nice, but it also makes it a bit hard to figure out what's happening sometimes. So we built this quite nice visualization that we think works really well for visualizing a larger flow of messages leading to other messages. We've also tried hard to decode transactions and make it more accessible for people whenever possible. So we built, thanks to the TLB schemas that everyone likes, we actually decode all the messages when possible. So you'll see scroll paths here, like we label the messages with the right things, and we also have instead of just giving you block of cells, bag of cells, we give you actually a JSON structure in the API, and we show it nicely on the web page so that you can actually look inside the transactions and see what's going on. Of course, there's no Explorer, there's no Ton without NFTs and jetons. We indexed all the NFTs in the world, or in the Ton world, and all the jetons. This is kind of fun. There's like about 1.3 million NFTs that exist on the Ton network now. And you'll be amazed how many things go wrong when you start looking at 1.3 million NFTs, how many of them have broken JSON content when it's off-chain. There's quite a lot of scams out there. For these popular collections here, for every one of them, there's at least 10 fake ones for like Ton punks. There's, my personal favorite is, I don't know if you know this, there's Planets.Ton is like a space strategy game, and they have an in-game currency, a jeton called Mars coin. And someone cloned it exactly. They have the same picture, the same description. They only changed the symbol. So in the fake one, the symbol is not Mars, but scam. Anyway, all of the NFTs are there. You can go and browse them. Yeah, looking nice. This one I'm quite proud of. I think there's not that many other people that have this. We spent quite a lot of time looking into validation and the election cycles, and who takes part in election cycles, who takes part in the validation, who are the nominator pools. We've been crawling this data now for, again, maybe 4 or 5 months, so we have historic data now of the rewards for different nominator pools and different validators over time. Again, I think we've done a reasonably good job of presenting it nicely and visually, so that even if you come into this and have no idea what validation is, maybe this can help you understand how it all fits together. Good. Funny. I was going to say, as you can see, it says beta, but it doesn't. But if you go to the site, if you go to Tonscan.com, it says beta. We just launched it now, launch early, but there's lots more interesting things coming. Everything from, these things are all coming very soon, dark mode, so that you don't have to be blinded when you sit in a, you don't have to be blinded like I am now, when you sit in a dark room and accidentally open Tonscan.com. We have a bit of a roadmap of interesting things to come. I can tease some of it for you now. Very soon, so this month now in November, we will essentially just, we're still indexing interesting things. This will come. The dark mode will launch. There'll be more. We currently have display who owns jetons and NFTs now. We'll have history of who owned them before. In the next month, there's some things I'm pretty excited about. I already teased the transaction diagram, having a visual representation of larger transactions. We will also do Ton Connect. I'm pretty excited about this one, because the Explorer, most Explorers and our Explorer as well, right now is just kind of read-only. You look at the thing, but you can't really do anything. If you connect your wallet, we could start doing things on behalf of you, of course, like from simple things saying, this is actually your account that you are looking at, or you own this NFT, but also allow you to then send messages and do things like, okay, transfer this NFT to someone, or transfer some money, or vote, or whatever. Also, Telegram integration. We've heard a lot about mini apps today. I think making sure our Explorer is accessible inside of Telegram is really nice. We also have much more validation insights and so analysis that we have done that we haven't really surfaced on the site yet. The designers are working on different nice ways of making that accessible so that you can look at it too. Next year, we'll start looking into more, something I have ignored so far, but different sales of tokens. So like looking up, so that you could look up the prices from GetGems or different decentralized marketplaces. We'd like to make the API, I mean, we've done all this work to index the blockchain and do all this analysis. We'd like to make that work accessible also to you. So currently you can look at the site and you can, I mean, you can reverse engineer the API, but please don't. But we'd like to make the API accessible later. And we'd like to build more products on top of this. Things like kind of do event tracking so that you could set up filters and say, okay, every time a message with this OP code happens to this account, please let my endpoint know, this kind of thing. We'd also like to add intelligent account tagging. This is something we worked with Nansen last year. Nansen does this very nicely, not for Ton, but for other networks. Ooh, sorry. Where they kind of analyze different, you look at an account and they use some machine learning to try to analyze different usage behaviors of accounts so that you can automatically tag accounts and say, well, this is like a hodler and this is a whatever. This is kind of nice and gives you some more insights that are more valuable than just like regurgitating the information that's already on the chain. Yeah, and finally, we'd like to look into, I've heard a lot about this today as well, but better, so contract developer tools. I think like things like Blueprint are very good, but I think there's space for like a nice on-site, low-code kind of effort where you could easily deploy new contracts and do things. And we're open really for anything else. Part of the reason we are here is to get some feedback from you people. So please try it. Please reach out. Either we're on Twitter or X, sorry, on Telegram, of course. Grab hold of me later. I'll be around today and tomorrow. So if you have any comments or any input, let me know. And yeah, really excited to see what we will build next. And that's it.
So much. Sorry. Thank you so much, Gunnar, for that presentation. We are now going to move to the partners panel. So we're going to have 3 of our sponsors come up. We will have Jerry Sun from TonUp, Alicia Cow from KuCoin, and a representative from Mexi as well.
If you speak.
Please welcome everyone to the stage. Big hand, come on. You can do better than that. I know it's late. Let's keep it going, keep the energy high. Let's go, guys. All right, welcome, guys. Thank you, sit down. So, nice to meet you all for the first time. Jerry, I'm going to start with you at Tuna. What are you most excited about? Having seen all the vision and pathways forward for Ton today, you've been an active member of the ecosystem. You've been building a project for the last few years. So, what most excites you about what you've seen today?
Okay, sure. So basically, like when we were talking about Ton, so the first time we met Ton is actually on Thailand. Like it was like March this year. So when we know Ton at that moment, that Ton has not built its partnership with Telegram together. But then after we run the due diligence, that we realized, so when we call Ton, we are basically talking about the thing which is the Telegram to earn money, which is the business structure of the Telegram. So I'm in Asia, like basically I was originally from China mainland. So in China that we have a lot of like giant companies such as Tencent, NetEase, Alibaba. And so when we are talking about those like business history, like China in the past 10 years that we grew really fast, especially when the mobile network. So when the first like mobile payment system was called Alipay, it's actually built by Alibaba. And so WeChat Pay is actually 3 years after Alipay. But you know what? WeChat Pay is the biggest market holder right now. And the reason because that is because WeChat itself is a social message platform. When we are talking about social message platform, it means that you spend a lot of time on it, right? We message on Telegram every day, but you open Telegram every day, but you don't open your blockchain wallet every day. That's a key concept in here because social network we use every day. And when social network combined with the financial platform, it will create something very big. And this has been proven in China, which is WeChat and WeChat Pay, which also been proven in Japan, which is Line and Line Pay, in Korea, the Kakao Talk, and then also in Thailand. Thailand use Line as well. So basically what we think that Ton is doing is actually that we are doing something that Facebook has failed, which is the Facebook Libra. Based on Ton and Telegram, we are building a big platform that everybody uses every day. We can build everything on that. Like a guy from the American can pay the store in maybe Phuket with your Ton and Telegram, right? So the most important thing here, if I want to pay you in USDT, I have to teach you like what is like a Tron network, what is a wallet. But if we do that on Telegram, we can just pay you right now. There's the barrier to build the trust. So that's the most important thing and the most exciting thing we are thinking right now. Yeah.
Awesome. So, you mentioned Alipay, you mentioned WeChat Pay. WeChat really took over from Alipay because of the messaging component. They had this social network, they had the ability to reach many more users than Alipay, and so it became the accepted standard in China. So that's really what gets you most excited about this vision of Web3 and Telegram is like, you've seen it happen before. It's worked. Awesome. So has today helped you to solidify your understanding of what's coming in terms of Ton and Telegram? And what do you think are some of the most important takeaways for the audience here? That's for you, yeah. So what has today helped you solidify your understanding of the direction for Ton? And what do you think are some of the most important takeaways?
So basically, like I think that the most important thing on Ton is that we had to change the way we see Ton. So basically, I think most of the people sitting here, they already use Ethereum. Like I think most of you come from the Ethereum ecosystem. Like we built on the Ethereum before. But what we try to say is that understanding Ton requires a whole new angle. We are talking about massive adoption. We are talking about an app that 8 billion people use every day. It's totally different than Ethereum. So if you change like the way you look at Ton, you're going to see a whole new opportunity. For example, the GameFi on the EVM system, they never succeed. All the GameFi has failed. Why? The most important thing is because if I want to invite you to play with me, it was a long gap between here. The wallet, the MetaMask, the smart chain, the fees. But right now, if you have tried, actually, Ton is here, right? If you try the product Ton, you can use that, share with your friend right now. So in this means that we think that on Tong, a new angle which is based on mass adoption is the most important thing. And currently we are not really sure, and I cannot give the direction how this will end up because we are still new, we are a startup as well. What we can do is that we are going to remain like a fresh idea, like we are still like ongoing, that we think what we're going on. So maybe this is what we can share with others.
Okay, fantastic. Alicia, I'm going to come to you. So KuCoin has been a great supporter of the Ton ecosystem, but are there any more plans that you can share with us today?
Yeah, I think, so I've talked to Steve and talked to the team from Ton Foundations, and I think there are like such more opportunities that we could work together. Like we're also looking to explore our business on Telegram to develop some mini apps on Telegram as well. And since we got the same mission for this industry, the mass adoption, so I think we will look into like more way that to work together, that to grow the user base in the worldwide, and to enhance the feature we provide on Telegram. And we also got, I think we got 20-something Telegram groups for our communities, and we got like over 1 million users on Telegram as well. So we want to make sure that we could provide like more information and more support to our users, and more important, that is to support those developer team that will also help our users to have a better experience on Telegram, that to trade with KuCoin.
Awesome. And is there something about a grant, maybe? Was there something about a grant?
Yeah, so we actually started, we're gonna start it from a grant program with some foundation, that to make sure that we could like better help those developer teams that to develop their product, their projects on Ton. And we always want to support those new team that to jump into this new world, that to like work together with them, because we as a centralized exchange, we got users, we got our experience like over 6 years, and we got some resources, we got users, and we always want to share those successful experience and also knowledge base to help our partners to grow together.
Awesome. So you'll be giving grants for Ton projects.
Yeah.
Awesome. Amazing. Love to hear that. So Issa, I'm going to come to you next. MEXC, you made a massive investment into Ton, a strategic investment. Can you tell us a bit more about the collaboration and what MEXC plans to do to support Ton?
Yeah, I'm as exciting. Sorry, so exciting. I'm just excited about the partnership as you do. We start to work with Ton Foundation, Orbs, and Ton community at the beginning of this year. And as the investment arm of a centralized exchange, we do support Ton-based projects like Megaton, Ton Play, from the investment and listing side, also marketing. But I do have a major announcement today that the Ton collateralized lending project, product will be officially live on MEXC at November 12th. Yeah.
Awesome.
If you pledge the $1 million USD worth of Ton coin, you can lend as much as 300K of USDT. Yeah.
So let's just clarify that. So there's a new collateralized lending product coming to MEXC.
Yep.
Yep. And what were the numbers there again, sorry?
You can pledge 1 million USDT worth of Ton coin and lend up to 300K USDT.
Awesome.
IMXC. And I have to mention that you can trade Toncoin with zero trading fee on our exchange.
Fantastic. Having seen the presentations today and already being a major investor in the ecosystem, what makes you optimistic now about Ton?
Can you repeat that?
What makes you optimistic about Ton?
Yeah, I mean, Tongchain is one of its kind. It has innovative technology, and by leveraging the user base of Telegram, it can definitely bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. And at this part, Tongchain and IMXC hold the same value, which user first, and always providing the best user experience. Yeah.
Fantastic. And maybe for you, Alicia, from KuCoin's perspective, what makes you optimistic about Ton?
So I really feel such a good vibe here today to feel like I'm excited too, because all the developers, communities of Ton here, I could see they're really doing the great job on Ton, and there are thousands of projects on other public chain already, but I think we still got a big space that to grow the project based on Ton. So I think there are many opportunities that we could just start from the beginning. And I think the reason why we choose Ton that to work together is just we don't want to miss something big in the next bull market.
So you're saying Ton is something big, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, one final question for Jerry, and then we can take some questions from the community, if there are any. But looking back historically, Jerry, back to the start, you made a big decision to start building on Ton. What was it that prompted you? What was it that started your kind of direction towards Ton? Obviously, it wasn't Ton and Telegram because it wasn't announced at that point. So what made you think about Ton when you first started out?
Well, that's actually a question I've been asked every day before Token 2049. All the investors we pitch that they ask us like, why do you guys building on Ton? Like you have a great developer team, like you can build on like a Sui, like any other blockchain, right? So I want to summarize this into a few reasons. The first reason is that when we think about the business opportunity, we're actually talking about the future, right? Ethereum is great, but we think Ethereum is hit the top right now. So we're looking for the new opportunity. That's in the business side. And the second side, like we want some challenge. So basically, like if we are building on Ton, just like I say that we are facing a whole new ecosystem, the whole new scenario, like all the users, they're coming from Web 2. They're not what we call the OG on the Web 3. They're really seriously new user coming from Web 2, especially in Turkey. I know that the wallet has been pushed out in Turkey. And the third thing why we are doing that is because like the technique part. So when we run tech due diligence, our CTO tell me that at least in the asymmetric message side, like it's part of the function of Ton blockchain, he said that the code of Ton is the best blockchain he has seen. It's even better than Dfinity. So based on these three reasons, we think that even though when we focus on Ton, when we build MarComms labs, actually like we are a venture studio, like we own TonUp, but we have more than TonUp. So when we build that, like we look at the technique, we look at the business development, and we look at everything. And the most important thing, we understand that the Telegram strategy, it has to be on Ton, like we have been explained before. So yeah, I think that that's the three main reasons why we are doing so.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And for our community members here today, how can they get involved with TonUp? What way?
Well, so I think I want to share with everyone that we have an after party today. So can I say that? So
absolutely, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so we have an after party in the warehouse, which is like 5-minute walk from here. And then like second thing I want to mention again, like so we are a venture studio based in Hong Kong. Like we are supporting the Tone ecosystem not just by a launchpad. We build a lot of things here, and then also like just for the records, that the MarComms Labs, all the product we build, like such as Tuna, we have open source. We are open for the whole community. We have invited everybody to inspect, to fork, and to make some progress based on our code. And so, yes, so MarComms Labs that we try to support the Tones ecosystem from the incubator side, from the development side, from all the side we can have. So if any of you are interested in the Asian market, in the China, in the Hong Kong, or like in like Japan or something, you can just like talk to us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Cool. So guys, that really concludes the panel for today. Unless there's is there any questions over there, Lisa?
Anyone want to ask something? Seems like everyone keep it silent, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for today. I mean, this has been fantastic. What a day of presentations. What a day of insights about where the future of Ton is going, the pathways, the direction that we could take. The Open League, guys, I'm so excited about that. I'm so happy to get that off my chest, finally. And yeah, so thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello. Guys, there's one final thing that we're going to present today from Ton Diamonds. We have an NFT collection that we're going to display here on the stage. So if the Ton Diamonds representatives, they want to come up, we'll get started. Yeah. So guys, that is actually the conclusion of our events tonight. So we're going to wrap it up now. Thank you again. Come and join us tomorrow, 11 a.m. More programming will start. We'll kick it off with the programs section of the agenda, where we dive more deeply into what's coming, how do you get support from the foundation. So thank you again.